2000 to 2017. But in rural areas in Nigeria and some other parts of African country have high maternal and perinatal mortality rate. Also, the TBA and some reasons are due to as using the traditional birth attendants, lack of access to skilled birth attendants, and they have different objectives, and from their results, they concluded that there should be a training for the traditional birth attendants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur. So we now take comments and questions from the audience. Can we have people? Yes. So, Prof. Okay. Yes. So number one. No, Prof. Number one. You are number two, sir. Prof. Raise hand first. Then number three at the back. There. Yes. Number four. Any other person? Yes. Number four. I recognize you. Four. All right, sir. Mike. Mike. Four. Somebody to take the mic for him, please.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentations from the two presenters. I have two questions and comments from both papers. The work on alcohol use disorder. If the participant can help us give some working definition of what he used, to collect data on the various variables for this work, it will be helpful for us to put this work into context. For example, there are a couple of use of terminologies that are overriding: alcohol use, alcohol abuse, alcohol consumption. And it would be useful also to have an idea about what he meant by alcohol use disorder, and also burnout. We also like to have an idea on what he really measured. Is it point prevalence or is it period prevalence? Because it's very useful for us to put it into context of the period of measurement so that we can be comparing likes, based on other studies that have been done. And my comment on this paper is that many a times the computer printers gives us p-values of 0.000, 3 zeros. That's the limitation of the software. But that does not interpret the p-value. So if you are writing your paper, you need to approximate it to the nearest number, because there's no p-value of 0. If you understand the concept of the central theorem, there's no p-value of 0. So it would be useful to summarize that so that people can understand exactly what that value means. And in interpreting the variables, it's also important to put the definition or the usefulness of those p-values into context. Telling us that it is associated is not enough. Important practice value or practice, information. Then the second paper, Dr. Abiola, thank you very much for your great paper. I think that when we write the titles with assessment, it reduces the quality of the write-up. So every research is an assessment, so that word is redundant. It's better to just put your titles, looking at antenatal care, antenatal and delivery care practices and predictors. But in your specific objectives, you brought out other specific things that are not related to your title. So knowledge, attitude, and practice again, no. So these are the three probably major things that you measured. Antenatal, discharge practices, and predictors. So if you can correct that, that will be improve quality of your work. In this century, with the current national policy on reproductive health, the place of TBAs in this century work, to look at service, what is we are trying to increase skill attendant at delivery. Some people are still talking about integration. When I did my work on TBAs about 40 years ago, it's the same thing that is being presented. I think that this information might be obsolete, but we can put it into context. If you want to work on TBAs, always think about how do we relate this work to the current policy, and how do we ensure that we change the practice of these people? Because whatever what you do, their practices might not, reduce morbidity and mortality because of their level of training. And my last comment is on study design. I saw descriptive analytical cross-sectional study design. Anytime you mention the word analytical, it means different thing altogether. So you might want to remove it from this so that it can be consistent with your author, because I've not seen anything analytical about this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to commend the presenters and the panel. Some of the points I needed to raise, Prof has just addressed some of them, so I will just emphasize a few. With respect to the first presenter, I recognize that there will have been need for an operational definitions of terms like alcohol dependence, alcohol use disorder, and alcohol abuse. And also in his methodology, he needed to have elucidated how these variables were measured. We needed to know how did he measure alcohol use disorder, so we can distinguish that from alcohol use. And also, I noticed that the topic didn't reflect anything on burnout, but burnout stood out as one of the objectives, and he went further to also assess relationship between burnout and alcohol use disorder rather. So I'm of the opinion that the topic ought to have captured burnout, and possibly something like burnout and alcohol use disorder among healthcare workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to join my voice to appreciate the two presenters. A number of my points have already been highlighted by the earlier speakers. But just to re-emphasize a little bit, we understand that there was no clarity in terms of some of the operational definition of terms. There was no clarity in relation to how they were measured. However, to speak to which the authors need to seriously address so that we can be sure what they actually did. But however, looking at, there was a table, I think it's 1.46, that related burnout to alcohol use disorder. And the presenter, we're not too sure what their key findings were in this work. And so maybe for future purposes, when presenters are making their presentation, they should be able to highlight clearly the key findings from their study. And that becomes what they are adding to the general body of knowledge. For the second presenter, Prof has highlighted most of the issues. However, presenters should also note that this is supposed to be a PowerPoint presentation, and it has rules for referencing. and I don't think that was adhered to. So we saw a mix of both Harvard and Vancouver. And if you look at the in-text and referencing list, so you understand that the authors didn't observe due diligence in terms of what they did. Lastly, slides may be numbered to aid easy flow. So I didn't see that for the two presenters. I think it's something that should take seriously. Lastly, what findings from the TBA study supports the use of TBAs in reproductive health? Because when you carry out a study, at the end of the day, you want to find out what are the take homes from this particular. It was not clear, and maybe that's why Prof was relating it to the study he had over 40 years ago. So there seems to not be any difference. So your study, your objectives, your findings are very, very important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. The last, Dr. Polari, are you there? Are you still around? No, I think he left. Oh, you are here. He's here.
Thank you, presenters, for the nice presentations. For the first presenter, you talked about alcohol use disorder. I want to find out if you used audits. I'm sure you know about audits, the tool that assesses alcohol disorder, because those things have tools. Each of those, if you are measuring alcohol use disorder, if you're looking at, apart from having the operational definitions, they have standardized tools. So I don't know if you used audit. Audit looks at alcohol use disorder. Then if you used it, then you should mention it. And in your methodology, see how audit is interpreted. So there'll be a lot of clarity. Then did you look at lifetime use or current use? Because when you say any form of substance use, are you looking at, because they have different implications and interpretations, so please clarify.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope people are taking, the presenter is taking note of the comments, so that when you want, you can go back and improve on what you have been able to put for us. We have somebody else. Okay, just a minute, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Prof, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to add to the comments made by Professor Schwaker about the fact that the policy, lots of changes, especially concerning reproductive and the involvement of antenatal traditional birth attendants in reproductive health. But the concept of the study was actually some experience that we had at the Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta, where some presentations, bad cases, and even situations of mortality at the hospital. That was what informed the reason why we want to look, we looked at the practices of the traditional birth attendant, where most of the people that came with bad cases, they mostly open up that they came from traditional birth attendant, and the cases were not really well managed. So that was the reason why we looked at it again. Then what we looked at mostly was what the practices were. And we know that the practices can also inform the outcome of what they do. And those were some of the few outcomes that we were able to get from the study. And in spite of some of the bad cases that we see, we still discover that the Ogun State government and even the group, they go through a lot of training and improvement in some of their practices. So by and large, it's informed the fact that there is a need for them to be monitored and a need for them to continue to have training and retraining. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before you're going to respond to some of the issues that were raised, I also want to have one or two things to add. Like first speaker on the alcohol use, it's important for us to know, or except I missed it, the tool that was used to get to dependence. Was it just survey, or you actually have a standard tool to measure the dependence that you talk about? And then the yes, I think that's all for that one. The second speaker on TBAs, we know definitely having inadequate skilled birth attendants. We may not, for now, do without the TBAs within our communities, but of course, as it was mentioned, there's a need for close monitoring apart from training, because when you train once and then we don't monitor consistently, it will not achieve the desired goal. But two things I will say. When you concluded that they had good practices, I think you need to look at that again, because if you're having less than 100% referral of difficult cases or things they are not supposed to measure, yes, we have quite a high number that are doing the correct thing, but that may not necessarily qualify for good practice. And we still have quite a number. I think about 10% thereabout. They don't use a new blade or new razor at each time, and that is also not good enough. And then you talk about hand protectors. Is it glove, or what exactly do you mean by having hand protectors? And then you need to look at some of your tables. The percentage in your tables didn't add up to 100%. Quite many is up to like almost 200, and they were not looking as if they were multiple responses. Because many of them, they are not looking at multiple responses, and yet they are not adding up to 100%. So you need to look at that again. So please, can you take responses 2 minutes each? We have somebody online that is ready to present, but I think the media is not ready for the person. So as soon as they are ready, we're going to allow the person to present. So please, presenter, do you have responses to the comments raised?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Prof, and all the people that have made comments. Okay, so I want to start first to actually say that 2 days ago, before I could come here, my laptop crashed where I had most of the information I wanted to use. And it's just the slides and abstract that was sent that is available. I had to just go to download them again, trying to sort that. However, for the study, it was a group study, and I'm presenting the paper. We had a primary person that did work on it in our group, and then what we did was a study that had standard tools. It was supervised also and reviewed by a mental health unit in the hospital, where they granted us these audits and other standard tools that we use to assess both the alcohol use disorder identification test and then also other standard questionnaires that were used to assess both dependence and alcohol abuse. So they were used. So in the full work, I will make it available. It's not with me here now. I'm sorry for that. Then the burnout was also identified as a full work. It was a full work. We started to show up almost all the things that were found in the work. The burnout was one of the factors that was identified as a factor that may lead people to abusive use of alcohol. So we said, no, it should be part of the object. Let's add it in the study and also look at the relationship that burnouts and alcohol use have, which we found out that those who experience burnout more do abuse alcohol. Okay. Then when somebody uses alcohol in an abusive way and all that, it is alcohol use disorder. So all the other definitions are contained in the full work, but I couldn't show them in these few slides. So thank you. And that's a few things I want to say.
Thank you so much, SARS, Mr. Chairman, and everyone for the contributions. Thank you so much, Prof, for your contributions also. We have noted all your comments, and we're going to work on it and improve on the slides and also the research work. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, is there, are you ready? Online? Okay, let's have it. Oh.
Thank you very much, Chairman and the audience. I have few comments for the presenters. For the first presenter, your slides were too crowded. We might talk about PowerPoint presentation. It should be PowerPoint and not words. And the labeling of your figures, they didn't follow the conventional standard. When you're labeling figures, we use Roman numerals. Are you listening? For the first presenter, you use Roman numeral in numbering your figures. And the table, I saw table 4, but I didn't see 1, 2, 3. I saw table 4. I don't know how you jumped to table 4. And the labeling of the tables, you use Arabic numerals at the top, while the figures, you use Roman numerals at the bottom, and they label appropriately. Therefore, your recommendations, they were not specific. Recommendations should be specific and action-packed, targeting at somebody, or organization, or the government. For the second presenter, I also noted that your objective number 2 was double barrel, so it was not specific, so take note of that. An important finding should be highlighted. There could be important negative or important positives, but they should be highlighted, not reading the whole results. Your conclusion should be separated from recommendation, and should also, the recommendation should be specific and targeting at somebody or the government or a body. On the whole, I really congratulate the two presenters, but to make my observation that is a very sad beginning. Out of 8 presentations, we had only 2. So the organizer should take note, and those who are sending abstract for future presentations should try as much as possible to do their presentation. And if they cannot, let them get to the organizers and inform them before time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Just a minute. Can you still find out whether the person is online now? Okay, no. Okay. What if that is no? That will actually bring us to the end of this scientific session, because we are just 2, like you mentioned, out of 8. So we were able to finish quite on time. Okay. Okay, thank you. So that brings us to the end of this scientific session. Thank you. Good morning. Have your tea break. Thank you. God bless.
We want to thank the chair and the co-chair for having us through this session. We're grateful. Thank you for the presenters. I think they need to take a group photograph here before you leave. Okay. While we are waiting for the opening ceremony, those of us who have poster presentations, we can take them now.
Dr. Didayo, You
For those
can
of
come
us
back.
who have poster presentation,
Rapporteur,
take
can you
them
come
just
back?
at the gallery at the back. We can take our poster presentations now. If we have poster presentation, we can take them now. Thank you.
officially begin this opening ceremony. I'd like to say good morning to Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Health, Ogun State, Dr. Tomi Koka. You're most welcome. Please, a round of applause for those of us that are in. And also, we have the representative for the Minister for State, Dr. Oluyinka Emmanuel Majakodumi. Good morning, sir. My name is Adebimpe Olaito, and I'm here with, the lawyers will say learned colleague, but I am here with a speaking colleague. I hope that's accepted. Please introduce yourself, Dr. Adedoyin.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 41st Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria. My name is Dr. Ishola Adedoyin. I'm the co-MC with my beautiful sister here. I welcome everyone.
Your speaking colleague, right?
Once again, yeah. Thank you.
And I'm wondering why I don't have doctor behind my name. Dr. Tomi Koka, can I just add it for today, ma? I should add it. Yeah, no spirit in the building. I had it to my name this morning. Please, we'd like to request that all delegates that stay outside should please step in. We're about to begin officially. Our distinguished guests are already seated. National executive members are already seated. We please request that everyone outside should please step in into the auditorium. Thank you very much. Hello. Please, once again, we'd like to request that delegates should come in and be seated. And for those of us seated at the back, kindly move forward to occupy the spaces in front of you. Once again, I'd like to say, because this is the opening ceremony, I know we've had other events in the course of the week, but as this is the opening ceremony, I'd like to say officially, you're welcome to State, the Gateway Stake, and I will hope that you've been enjoying your stay so far. I'd like to introduce the representative of His Excellency in our midst. She is a woman who controls a lot of power in the state. She is a colleague as well in the medical profession. She is Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Health. Please once again join me as I recognize Dr. Tomi Koka. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Excellency, that title fits you. This is like the first time we're using it. It looks good on you, ma. Once again, let's appreciate His Excellency. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for coming.
Also, representative of the Minister for State of Health. He's been seated here, he's right here with us. And I know that recently he was in the Yewa part of the state for the homegoing of his mother. Yeah. So I'd like to say congratulations to him and also recognize his representative seated in his capacity here today, Dr. Oluyinka Emmanuel Majakodome. A round of applause for him. I like to say I am a member of Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria today. Permit me today, sir, Mr. President. So, and as we know, His Excellency has agreed that I can use that name today, so doctor speaking right here. I'd like to recognize Aphpn President. Actually, before I mention his name, when I saw his picture, I was like, this man is looking so young to be a professor. What am I doing with my life? What have I been doing? Please join me as I recognize Professor Alphonsus Isara. Professor, because you are in Ogun State, I want to welcome you in the Yoruba way. Eka Arosa. Thank you very much, sir. You are learning already. I am available for tutors, sir. You want private lessons.
Then let's give him an official welcome
in the Yoruba way.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí
ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ tó rinlẹ̀ fún a round of applause for him. I hope you are not yet lost, sir, with the... Thank you very much for being here. And the one hosting, of course, all the national executives, thank you for being here. We recognize you. The Vice President, Professor Mustafa Abubakar, you're most recognized. Where are you seated? Please wave your hand wherever you are. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. That's the Vice President's one.
Professor Sunday Aderibigbe, Vice President 2. Please, can you stand up for recognition?
Okay, I guess the executive members are actually busy outside, but we'll just run through it and say thank you to all the national officers that are here. I can see that professionalism is the core of this association. Please, let's give it up for all our national executive members. A round of applause for them. And the one hosting them today in Ogun State, I'm sure that as this is the 41st annual meeting, so I'm sure this association has gone around Nigeria most likely, and we are proud to host you this time around in Ogun State. The chairman Ogun State Aphpn, Dr. Daniel Adesoya, is welcoming you all. A round of applause for him. Dr. Adesoya, thank you for being here, sir. A round of applause once again for him. And also all the executive member in Ogun State, we recognize you. Thank you very much for being here. We know that an association of this caliber, of course, there would be gentlemen, beautiful ladies, professionals, are with high integrity on the board of trustees. So I'd like to start with the chairman BOT, Professor Christopher Obiono. Am I right, sir? Obiono, well, you're most right. Sir, I actually served in Imo State, so I picked one or two, but I think I've lost it with food. Also, other members of BOT, Professor Clara Ejembi, you're most recognized, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Professor Ayuba Zoka, you're most recognized, sir. Please a round of applause for all the Board of Trustees members that are here. It is important that as professionals, we have people that we can look up to at the leadership level, at the trustees level, that are steering the ship of the association. Also, we know that we have local organizing committee. Yes. My colleague here will do the introduction of that.
The local organizing committee chairman, Dr. Olorunfemi Amoran. He has been the one organizing this event for the past few months. He has been having sleepless nights, calling all the LOC organizing committee members, different committee heads to put up this very interesting and important event. Please let's appreciate Dr. Olorunfemi Amoran. Please, are you around for recognition? Dr. Amoran.
Thank you very much for being here. Also, I'd like to recognize the chairman of the occasion, Professor Akin Oshibogun. A round of applause for him. I'm not sure if he's seated. Oh, Professor, please move forward, sir.
Prof is around. I think you should come to the front seat.
I guess I don't need to ask one of your attributes. I'm sure humility is one of it. Please take your seat at the front. Please. Ushers, please help us. It should come to the front, please. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him again. Thank you very much, chairman of the occasion. Please, we once again will be requesting the help of the local organizing committee. Let us ensure that all delegates are inside. This is not good. The sitting arrangement is not good for coverage, and we know that our delegates are outside doing one thing or the other. Please let us ensure that we are all seated here in the main auditorium. Also, the guest speaker would like to welcome and recognize you. We'll be doing his citation later on in the course of the event. Professor Muiwa Odusoya, a round of applause for Professor. I think there's something these professors are using that they are not yet sharing with the younger generation. And since it's Yoruba, I will explain it that way. There's a thing that makes the old looks younger. In Yoruba, we call it Sagwadewe. Professor, I will see you later to collect my share of it, sir. Please, so that I can continue to look younger.
I also want to tag along.
All right, no problem, doctor. Since we are colleagues now.
Just for today.
This shading is premium because I was already thinking how to get home. I'm hoping my shop of Nospiri Medical Limited.
Please, the Honorable Commissioner is here. I know.
You mean His Excellency?
Yes, Her Excellency. She's seated here and she has this very strong defect for quackery, so we won't allow that. Thank you so much.
I hereby denounce the doctor name. I stay in my lane. Thank you very much. Please, delegates, let's give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for traveling all the way down to make this 41st annual general meeting a success. And I'm sure this is the opening ceremony. You've had some events before, and I'm sure the rest of the week will be a fruitful deliberation as well. May I humbly request that we rise on our feet as we take the national pledge and the state anthem. We rise as we take the national pledge and the state anthem. Pledge. The pledge, ma. Yes, ma. As directed by His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic. Together, we take the national pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend our unity, and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. And because we're standing on Ogun State soil, we will be taking the Ogun State anthem. Ishaya. Ishaya, Ishaya, ọmọ Ògùn, Ishaya, Elédùmarè, iṣẹ́ máa yá o, Ishaya. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ògùn, ẹ ṣe gírí, iṣẹ́ pọ̀ fún wa láti ṣe. Ọmọ rere kì í ṣaṣẹ́, ọmọ Ògùn kì í ṣọ̀lẹ. Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbẹ́rù o, Ọlọ́run ń bẹ fún wa, ẹ tẹra mọ́ṣẹ́ o, Ishaya, ọmọ Ògùn, Ishaya. And in a way of inviting God to our midst, we say, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost comes and dwell amongst us in Jesus' name. Salu ala bri Karim. Please be seated. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. You know, in an event like this, we have the two religions, and it is important that we observe both. And also, we like to say Ramadan Karim to the Muslim faithfuls among us. Again, we'd like to request that our delegates, I can still see some on the hallway outside, our delegates that are outside should please step in and enjoy the course of the event. Please, ushers, help us. As they are coming in, we don't want them to fill the back seats. There are empty seats in front. There are empty rows. Please, let's just move forward. For those of us that are already seated and seated towards the back, let us move forward. This is important for coverage. And on that note, we'd like to welcome the chairman, local organizing committee, to welcome us officially to this 41st annual general meeting. Join me as I welcome Professor Olorunfemi Amoran. A round of applause for me. Professor Olorunfemi, please step forward to welcome the delegates officially. Thank you for being here once again.
Thank you. I want to, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tomi Koka, the Chairman of the occasion, Professor Akin Oshibogun, the guest speaker, Professor Odusonya, all the professors, the directors, ladies and gentlemen, all the physician scientists, I welcome everyone to this conference, the 41st conference of the Association of Public Health Physicians. With great pleasure, this is the 41st edition and the 51st year of the establishment of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria. This year, being an election year, is expected to be loaded with a lot of interesting activities. Welcome to Abeokuta, Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria and the home of rich cultural heritage. You will definitely enjoy the food, the people, and the cultural heritage of the land. You will be delighted to visit the historic Olumo Rock and other heritage sites. Well, I will enjoin us to feel free to breathe the fresh, undiluted air of Abeokuta without pay. We welcome you to this atmosphere, serene and healthy atmosphere. This international conference is expected to be well attended by physicians and scientists from all over Nigeria and Africa. The theme of the conference has been specifically designed to address the current global health situation. The guest lecturer is a seasoned physician and scientist of repute who will address the issue with a lot of field experience. Moreover, the sub-theme has been selected to cover relevant areas of the topic of discussion. There will be several expert panel discussion sessions and individual scientific paper presentations that will enrich particular knowledge in primary health care. Recent advances in the specialty of community medicine and public health in relation to primary care will be treated, and cutting-edge field work that will advance the practice will be shared. I hereby appreciate the Ogun State Governor, His Excellency Mr. Dapo Abiodun, Prince Dapo Abiodun, for creating an enabling environment for adequate health care, especially at the primary health care level. This is what we are leveraging on to host this particular conference. We also appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Health in the state, Dr. Oluremi Koka, the Executive Secretary of the State Primary Health Care Board, and other directors at the State Ministry of Health for their support towards the hosting of this conference. I appreciate all the organizations who have partnered with us in the sponsorship of the various sessions of the conference. Such organizations as Aphpn, WHO, Sparkles, UAC Foods, Shell, UNFPA, NCDC, Jupengo, NPHCDA, and several other organizations with which we are collaborating to hold this all-important conference. Finally, I salute the National Executive. Furthermore, I commend the effort of the strong men and women of the LOC who work tirelessly, making great sacrifices towards the success of this conference. I also appreciate every member of the association in the state for their labor and contribution towards the conference. The Lord will reward everyone bountifully. It was in the past that they said the word of the teachers are in heaven. I believe that it's better we begin to have our reward here on earth. Finally, I salute the National Executive Committee, ably led by Professor Alfonso Ishara, and the Board of Trustees of the association for their effort in expanding the frontier of knowledge and maintenance of excellence in the specialty. My prayer is that this conference will be a fulfilling and memorable experience for all attendees. Please find all the support and information you need and be free to contact any member of the LOC for further assurance. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, a round of applause for him. I don't know if we heard in his speech, he was saying that there's Kokoro Egba, there's Olumorok. Maybe I'm the one that heard that alone, but I'm sure you would like to enjoy some of the delicacies peculiar to Ogun State, especially Abeokuta, before you go back to your state. And on that note, when we have events like this, it is important that we have several welcome addresses. So now we'd like to invite the chairman, Ogun State branch of this great association, Dr. Daniel Adesoya, for another welcome address. A round of applause for him, sir. And I must say, sir, you look very nice in this color. It's a good choice.
That's our association color, so it's
Thank you very
perfectly
much.
dressed. Welcome, sir.
The Honorable Minister of State for Health, represented by Dr. Maje Kodumi, the Honorable Commissioner, State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tomi Koka, the chairman of this occasion, my Oga, Professor Oshibogun, my golden president, the president of our Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, Professor Alphonsus Isara, the chairman, BOT, and other members of the board of trustees of our great association, every other distinguished people here today, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first and foremost apologize that we are starting a little bit behind schedule. In Aphpn, we cherish academics a lot, and our people have been busy with scientific presentations since morning. It is with great excitement that I welcome you all to the Gateway State. Our state is the gateway to the development of Nigeria. God destined that deliberately and placed us geographically to ensure that every good thing that brings prosperity has to pass through us in Ogun State. Your Excellency, Royal Fathers, highly respected public health physicians, ladies and gentlemen, our state is also the gateway to the development of public health and primary health care in Nigeria. This is evident in the human resources that are naturally bestowed in us. Late Professor Oliko Yerazam Kuti, a proud son of Ogun State, was the first to attempt to reach all citizens with health services. This was done through the basic health services in the 70s, even before the world promulgated primary health care as a strategy to reaching all. He was the one, as a minister in 1986, that brought together a committee that produced the National Health Policy of 1988. Late Professor Olanikpe Kayode Alausa, also from our dear state, was a giant in the mentoring of public health physicians. A very selfless and respected elder, he left the office as Provost of College of Medicine in a federal university to take up appointment as head of department in Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University, from where he rose to become Dean, Provost, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and even the Registrar of Postgraduate Medical College, because of his interest in developing others. Additionally, he was key mentor to physicians in Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta, Babcock University Teaching Hospital, Ilishun, and Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Shagamu. Let me quickly add that he was the one who convinced us to bid for hosting and also went ahead to plead with the National Executive Council to approve our bid to host the 41st Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders of public health produced by Ogun State cannot be fully mentioned in one breath. We have so many others, including Professor Oshibogun, who happens to be the chairman of today's occasion, former Chief Medical Director, Lagos University Teaching Hospital. We have Professor Nojoli, we have Professor Fatusi, former Vice Chancellor, University of Medical Sciences. We have Professor Akiadebi, who is the President of International Epidemiological Association. We have Dr. B.K. Upaye, former Commissioner for Health. And very importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Tomi Koka, the Honorable State Commissioner for Health. I'm really proud that the Commissioner for Health in Ogun State is my member. Permit me to quickly add that our dear Governor, Prince Dr. Abiodun MFR, is an award winner in disease surveillance. So many leaders in public health all over the world have been produced by our state, but they are just too numerous to mention. I forgot to mention that Dr. D.A. Adesina is also from Ogun State. Our association in Ogun State has produced so many retired and serving permanent secretaries, and expectedly close to 50% of professional directors in healthcare services in the state are our members. It is important to mention that I was one of the agitators for primary health care to be brought together in Ogun State. This started as far back as 2008. I'm happy to inform you that full implementation has been achieved with the creation of LGA authorities and appointment of our members as health secretaries, thereby removing primary health care from the bureaucratic and the retrogressive disturbances of local government administrators. Dear participants, we are not only proud to produce achievers in public health, we also have tourist sites for you to visit. The Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library and Olumo Rock are located within Abeokuta. One of the best textile materials in the world is Kampala, and it is manufactured here in Abeokuta. Please don't forget that the best gari that you can find anywhere in the world is made in Ijebu, while Adodota local government has the highest concentration of industries in Nigeria. No state in Nigeria produces the same number of universities we have in Ogun State, and despite that, we have the lowest crime rate. You therefore have nothing to fear as you navigate throughout Ogun State. Only God can guarantee security of any individual, but I can assure you that we have smart and highly professional security agencies to assist in areas where there are serious security concerns. My dear highly esteemed and respected colleagues, the theme of this year, primary health care in the face of multidimensional challenges, could not have been more appropriate at any other time than this in the issue of public health conference in Nigeria. It is at a time that more and more challenges are arising against the delivery of health services to our people, especially at the grassroots level. The autonomy granted to local governments by the Supreme Court is a welcome development, but serious care needs to be taken for it not to work against implementation of primary health care under one roof. The Japa syndrome has greatly created a big pressure on human resources for health, especially at the primary health care level. This is worsened by the reduction in the value of our currency, thereby increasing the cravings for foreign currencies. Our road infrastructure and lack of efficient transport system are contributing greatly to high cost of foods and drugs to reduce accessibility to health services. The greatest challenge that has just reared its ugly head is the withdrawal of United States of America from the WHO and by extension withdrawal of AIDS for our public health services. This portends grave danger for us as a nation and is a wake-up bell for all of us in public health service. I'm greatly indebted to Dr. Tafakene of Aphpn, who linked us with some of our sponsors. I must appreciate Access Bank, UNFPA, Shell Petroleum, and NEPIN for sponsoring us. I cannot forget the personal efforts of Dr. Tomi Koka, the Honorable State Commissioner for Health, Dr. B.K. Ipaye, the former Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Adebi, Professor Abiodun of Babcock, and Professor Fatusi of Unimed. I also greatly appreciate Precious Pharmacy led by Dr. Bola Arumiwura and Royal Institute of Health Technology led by Dr. Mrs. Emu Adesoya. The Executive Secretary of Ogun State PSC Board also played a tremendous role in our fundraising activities. The Chief Medical Directors of Babcock University Teaching Hospital, Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta, and Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Aru, were very, very supportive. There are so many others that space will not permit me to mention. The effort of the LOC culminated into the success that we are witnessing today. Aphpn Ogun is especially grateful to Professor Odusoya, the Vice Chancellor of LASUSTEC, who is the keynote speaker for this conference. He did not only accept the invitation with utmost enthusiasm, but he also donated generously towards the hosting. Thank you very much, sir. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my golden president, Professor Alphonsus Isara, and the National Executive Council for entrusting us with the responsibility of hosting this conference. I look forward to a successful 41st Annual General Meeting and scientific conference and impactful experience for all of us. I promise all participants a memorable stay in Abeokuta. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please, let's continue to give him a round of applause. Oga, thank you very much. Sometimes when you come to the podium, some of us that are upcoming, we always appreciate you. Some others call the public health physicians, wuli doctors, doctors without stethoscope. But when we see our guys that are trailblazers in this profession, we always want to appreciate you. Just like you've mentioned Professor Oliko Yoransom Kusti for being a proud son of our state and all his efforts towards the primary health care. You have also written your name in gold in the history of primary health care in Ogun State, not just with Aphpn. From your time as medical officer for health in local government health authority, and we understand that you are still part of the people pushing for the PAC under one roof. We thank you very much for that. So please, the cultural troupe, please get ready. We are calling you very soon. So next on the agenda is the welcome address from our number one member. Please, let's keep clapping for him before I call his name, please. Professor Alphonsus Ishara. Please, let's continue to appreciate him as he walks up on the podium. Thank you very much, sir.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, may I humbly request for your permission to stand on the protocol that has been established very clearly by the chairman of Ogun State branch of Aphpn, Dr. Daniel Adesoya. Thank you very much. I am very delighted to welcome you all on behalf of the Board of Trustees, the National Executive Council, and the entire members of Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria to the 41st Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting tagged Abeokuta 2025. We give thanks to Almighty God for the grace and strength to put this conference together in spite of the socio-economic situation of our country. The conference holding in Abeokuta is a fulfillment of the wish of the late Professor Camille Olanipekun Alausa, who was the chairman of the Aphpn Board of Trustees until his passing on the 10th of November 2023. During the Aphpn conference in Ilorin in 2022, Professor Alausa specifically requested that the state of Ogun will host the 2025 conference. Although he is not physically present here today, we believe that he is very happy in the celestial realm, that his wish has come to pass. As a mark of respect, we shall honor, celebrate, and pay special tribute to Professor Alausa during this conference. The theme of this year's conference, primary healthcare delivery in the face of multi-dimensional challenges, and the sub-themes are very critical to effective and efficient healthcare delivery in Nigeria. It is very, very depressing that the implementation of primary healthcare in Nigeria has been suboptimal since inception. At this time that Nigeria is besieged with a double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, laced with an avalanche of psychosocial and mental health issues, all actors in the healthcare delivery system must revert to the grassroots to tackle these challenges. Therefore, effective implementation of primary healthcare is a sine qua non to optimal healthcare delivery. As an association, Aphpn, we will continue to advocate for the appointment of medically qualified medical officers of health to lead the health team in all the local government areas of the country. The current situation where only about 40% of local government areas in Nigeria have medically qualified medical officers of health, is, to say the least, not acceptable. There are a lot of activities lined up in this conference, which include scientific paper presentation, plenary sessions, and interactions with highly experienced subject matter experts, professionals, technocrats, and policymakers. It is hoped that at the end of the conference, we will come up with actionable strategies that will lead to better healthcare delivery system in Nigeria. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, the National Executive Council of Aphpn, I profoundly thank the chairman of Aphpn Ogun State Branch, Dr. Adewale Daniel Adesanya, the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dr. Oloriferun Amoro, the LOC secretary, Dr. Kayode Ahmed, and all members of the LOC for working tirelessly towards the successful hosting of this conference. I respectfully show gratitude to the keynote speaker in this conference, our very own Professor Olumiyiwa Odusoya. It is on record, sir, that you have been very consistent in service to Aphpn, and this cannot be taken for granted. Finally, I honestly register my appreciation to all the organizations that have supported this conference. Aphpn Public Health Initiative, Ave Health Sense, Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited, African Center of Excellence in Public Health and Toxicological Research, Royal Institute of Health Technology, Fixing Healthcare PLC, and the Ogun State Government. I wish you all a very wonderful conference and beautiful memories of the city of Abeokuta. Long live Aphpn. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you very kindly.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's make it bigger for him. Professor, sir, I have noticed something since we started this event. Your Excellency, I just noticed that every speaker, alongside myself and my co-compare, were of the same height. It's observation, sir. I just observed. I don't know if that's a requirement to join. Moving on now, we'd like to invite the chairman of the occasion. This is a seasoned professional, a man who is already at his peak of this career, of course, still achieving many things. He's skilled in epidemiology management, global health, healthcare management, and other core of the medical profession. Please join me as a welcome Professor Akin Oshibogun. A round of applause. Let's make it bigger and better. And Professor is changing the narrative. Yes. Please let's keep clapping till he gets here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Health, my sister, Dr. Tomi Koka, the Honorable Minister of Health, ably represented here by my brother and colleague, the National President of Aphpn, the lecturer, Professor Odusoya. Esteemed colleagues here present, I can see a few of them, Professor Clara Ejembi, Professor Mike Asuzu. Well, pardon me, but I will now proceed having adopted the protocol. I'm excited to be here this morning, especially because I'm a proud son of Ogun State. Of course, primary health care is planted and it germinates in Ogun State, and I will give you several reasons for that. I have no doubt in my mind that the late Dr. Isaac Oluwole must have been from Ogun State. You can go and you can go and research it. But of course, we'll also remember that Professor Lambo who was Assistant Director General of the WHO, was also from Abeokuta, not only from Ogun State, from this particular city. And as the chairman of the state Aphpn mentioned earlier on, Professor Likoi Ransom Kuti, my highly respected teacher, also from this city and from Ogun State, started preaching primary health care even before the world adopted it. So in 1976, he was appointed as Director of Basic Health Services Scheme at the Federal Ministry of Health. And he tried to practice what essentially was what we now know as primary health care, even though many people didn't understand it at that time. So they frustrated him, and he ran back to Idiaraba. His running back to Idiaraba then gave him the opportunity, or gave me the opportunity, to learn the principles and practice of primary health care directly from him. And it was in 1978, finally, that the WHO had the conference at Alma Ata, and then we started talking about primary health care. But I can go on. Professor Odunton also is from this state. He's a past national president of Aphpn, and then of course we've spoken about Professor Alausa. But I should also mention that late Dr. Otolori, Pa Otolori, was also from this state. And these were the leaders and founders of the Association of Community Physicians of Nigeria, which metamorphosed into the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria. Ogun State not only leads when it comes to providing leaders for public health practice and training in Nigeria, we've also, of course, hosted this conference before. In 1996, this state hosted the Association of Community Physicians of Nigeria at the Gateway Hotel in Ijebu. I guess the hotel has changed its name now. I'm sure older members of our association will remember with nostalgia that conference at Ijebu in 1996. It was after that conference, of course, that we propounded the community-based health services scheme, and I had the opportunity to pilot what we refer to as Leguru Health Society, and the Allah Idowa Health Society, or the Leguru Health Insurance Scheme, which is a community-based health insurance scheme, which I piloted in 1996. Of course, WHO came to understudy it. National Health Insurance Agency came to understudy it. I think that if we listen to our conscience and if we listen to Ogun State, we will know that the only way to expand coverage of health insurance rapidly is via the community-based health insurance schemes. And I will give you the reason. We started health insurance, we started implementing the National Health Insurance Scheme in 2005. Rwanda started in 2004. Rwanda has over 90% coverage as of today. We are still recording below 10% coverage. Some say 5%, some say 7%, but whatever it is still a single digit. So let us come and learn from Ogun State. What Ogun State planted in 1996 is the way forward for health coverage in Nigeria. The theme of this conference is apt, the challenges facing primary health care, and I'll quickly just mention three. I know that we have opportunity to dissect these challenges. The key one, of course, is financing. We are grossly under-resourced. We know that in Africa, we account for 25% of the disease burden, and we account for only 1% of the healthcare finance, the global healthcare finance. So 1% of the global healthcare finance and 25% of the global burden of disease. Obviously, we need to be thinking of how to fund our health services so that we can get better outcomes. And I just referred to one approach, which is through community-based health insurance scheme. The second point, of course, is with regards to the health workforce. 25% of the disease burden and only 3% of the health workforce. Again, we are under-resourced with regards to the health workforce. We are not producing enough, and we are not making efforts to retain even the ones that we have trained. So we now talk about JAPA. My 500 level students are already asking for letters of reference. They've not even taken their final exams. They're already thinking of taking PLAB and how they will move. So we need to think out of the box, or we need to throw away the box and think without the box to find mechanisms of how we are going to retain the health workforce. These two challenges are very critical, and the Honorable Commissioner was just telling me when, I think it was the national president that mentioned about having medical officers of health in all LGAs. And she said she can't even find the people to employ. We can't find them because we are underproducing and we are not putting in place enough mechanisms to retain them. So we have a lot of things to discuss at this conference to find solutions to the problems and make recommendations to all stakeholders so that the health systems in the country will improve. And we have also been very fortunate in our choice of our keynote speaker this morning, Professor Muiwo Dusanya, highly experienced public health physician, an astute administrator, and a colleague. I believe will do proper justice to the topic that he's going to handle. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, as a citizen of Ogun State, I join my governor, my honorable commissioner, to welcome you to the beautiful city of Abeokuta, peaceful city of Abeokuta, where I served, where I did my housemanship. I won't tell you so that you don't think I'm an old man. You know, so there are very beautiful places to visit, Olumo Rock, and then of course, I think there are nice places at Chapon where you can eat amala, lafu, and there are nice places where you can also get adire, not Kampala. You know, I think we are famous for adire in Ogun State. Please enjoy your state, interact with your colleagues, network, exchange addresses, and exchange and start research networks and professional networks. I wish you a pleasant stay here in Abeokuta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, once again, a round of applause for a proud indigene of Ogun State. Earlier, we will note that I was trying to claim a title that just to belong to a member of this association, but I've changed my mind. I'll be joining alternate medicine now. Medicine is medicine. I will join one. Right now, we'll be listening to a few goodwill messages. We'd like to start with the BOT chairman. Please join me as a welcome Professor Christopher Obion. A round of applause. Just like Professor Akin said, there are a lot of tourist attraction in Abeokuta. You don't want to go back to your state without visiting any of those beautiful places. Over to you, sir, Professor.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Akin Ushibogun, Governor of the state, Honorable Commissioner for Health of the state, Dr. Kuka, Chairman of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, Professor Alphonsus Izara, all other protocols duly observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave the permission of the chairman to read these remarks, which I thought I made this morning, suspecting that I will be called upon, or that the BOT will be called upon to say something. So I quickly jotted down a few things on behalf of the BOT, which I'm going to read to you. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, Aphpn, I welcome you all to the opening ceremony of our 41st AGSM. I want to thank the Ogun State branch of the association for kindly hosting this conference. From all indications, one can see that the Ogun State branch has worked very hard and doing quite a lot to make this conference a successful one and to make our stay in Ogun State most comfortable. We deeply appreciate their efforts and also the support by the Ogun State government and other organizations and personalities mentioned this morning to ensure a successful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this opportunity to congratulate our outgoing executive committee, ESCO, led by the president, the Golden President, Professor Alphonsus Izara. I am glad to say that many innovative projects and programs introduced during his tenure, coupled with his hard work, have taken the association to a great height. It is our hope that the incoming ESCO will continue from where their predecessors stopped. They should endeavor to build a stronger and progressive Aphpn. From the caliber of aspirants to the various posts, our hope for achieving this is indeed high. I must add that the aspirants have sufficiently but politely bombarded us with their campaign, displaying their capabilities and experiences, and we thank them for that. It is interesting to note that despite their zeal and enthusiasm to serve, their campaign was completely devoid of acrimony. It was actually devoid of acrimony for their opponents, and I was so impressed that we have something to teach for others in this country. It's very encouraging and worthy of emulation by all persons running for leadership position, not only in Aphpn, but also everywhere in the country. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, while I congratulate in advance those of them that will be voted into the various positions come Thursday, let me conclude by reminding them that it is not enough just to make promises of what we are capable of doing if voted. The taste of the pudding, they say, is in the eating. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and once more, welcome you to 2025 AGSM Abeokuta. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him a round of applause. So the second goodwill message, I would like to invite the representative of the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Oluyinka Majekodunmi. Please join me and welcome Dr. Majekodunmi to the podium to give goodwill message on behalf of Dr. Isiaq Salako, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare. Please, let's appreciate him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Oluyinka Emmanuel Majekodunmi, and I'm representing the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. who is not able to make it to this occasion, but he is very much here in spirit. And he has asked me to come here to represent him, to wish the association a very good conference and the scientific conference and the annual general meeting, a very good deliberation and a successful stay in this beautiful city of Abeokuta. Let me also proudly mention that I am an Egba son. I will appreciate a louder applause for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Now, let me make an attempt at the protocol. The Ogun State Governor is Prince Dr. Abiodun, who is ably represented here by our own very princess of the state government, Dr. Toby Coker, Commissioner for Health. Let me mention the chairman of the occasion, Professor Akin Oshumbogun, is a man whose credentials I am unworthy to recite. And it's a big honor for me to, please give that applause, thank you. And it's a very big honor for me to be seated beside him for the past 1.5 hours. Please congratulate me for this achievement. Of the Nigeria, Professor Alfonso Ishara. Good. Our guest speaker, Professor Olumuyiwa Odusanya. Of the Ogun State branch, chapter, Dr. Adesanya. The chairman, LOC, Professor Olufemi Amoron. The founding fathers of this discipline of medicine, teachers, and very prominent individuals who are make sure that this profession is advancing. You are all welcome. Let me welcome also the chairman of the Board of Trustees and other members, as well as other members of the National Executive Council of the Association. I would also like to mention the members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to also say that the theme of this conference is very, very important, particularly at this very period in our country. The theme, primary healthcare delivery in the face of multi-dimensional challenges. There is no doubt that these challenges are not multi-dimensional, but they are very enormous. And I believe that some of these will be highlighted in the course of this presentation. And we need to take notes because it is important for us to be able to address and tackle these challenges and minimize their impacts so that collectively we can enhance the health of the populace. Let me mention that I'm particularly enthused by some of these sub-teams which actually relate to mental health. Mental health is very important, and it's been said, and with emphasis, that there cannot be health without mental health. And it is in line with this principle that the Psychiatric Hospital, in collaboration with the Ogun State government, has been able to implement and implementing mental health services into the primary health care system in all the 20 local governments in Ogun State. It therefore means that as an association and other stakeholders, we need a lot of collaboration for us to be able to tackle some of the challenges that have been highlighted and some that will also come to the fore. One cannot work in isolation and achieve much. So we need to involve all stakeholders so that we can collectively achieve more. Now, I will also just like to urge us to intensify our efforts in the area of researches that are geared towards meeting specific need of our own local environments, that we accelerate the enhancement and the attainment of high standard of good quality healthcare for our citizens. Our efforts at training and encouraging young people to take this area of medical subspecialty, and also to work with other people like us. Now, we do not need to look at challenges and not look at some of the efforts that have been made, particularly by government. The administration of President Tinubu has made some very important steps to enhance the quality of healthcare Nigerians. And he has also made certain important decisions and actions in order to address the challenge of manpower that we have in the country. I would quickly like to remind you of the President's efforts as retaining the existing workforce and also attracting those who are outside the shore of this country. Let me mention that it is a delightful thing for the President to considering increasing the retirement age of clinical health workers in the country. And as we await that implementation, I think as medical professionals, we need to re-strategize. We need to collaboratively make more efforts so that we can help our citizens. And by that, our community will be healthier and be more prosperous. I wish you welcome to this beautiful city once again, and I wish you good success in your programs. And as you go back, the good Lord will go with you. Thank you very much.
I think the applause is too small for the Honorable Minister of State. Thank you very much, sir. We have had several speeches, remarks, goodwill messages, and now we just want to have a little entertainment. We want to show you how it is done in Ogun State by our award-winning cultural troupe. Please, a round of applause for Ogun State cultural troupe.
sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. àgbà ọjà sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. húlùhúlù sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. àgbà ọjà sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. wẹ́dẹ́ tó bẹ sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. àgbà ọjà sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. húlùhúlù sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. àgbà ọjà sẹ́wúlò àgbà ọjà yìí. Agodo oji omesina dagwae.
Agodo oji omesina jajae.
Agodo oji omesina dagwae.
Agodo oji omesina jajae.
Ago. Mina e baba e.
Ago.
Mina e to.
Baba.
Mina e baba e.
Ago.
Wami walo, uyama zavodi ade.
Walo, uyama zavodi.
Wami wafie, uyama zavodi ade.
Walo,
uyama zavodi. Ajode, oh, ajode. Omi popo lójú ẹ̀dọ̀, adomina mọ́sá. Omi popo lójú ẹ̀dọ̀, adomina mọ́sá. Wami walo, uyama zavodi. Ago, tonke. Vous avez parabode we me debo. 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 Omi wenuwe, omi tomi atugbe, omi azakara tugbo. Omi wenuwe, omi tomi azule, omi azakara tugbo. Ìjàríyá bíyàwó e, omi tomi azakara tugbo. Ìjàríyá bíyàwó e, omi tomi azakara tugbo. Awe. Aha. Eblem gbongbo awele alawele gbongbo eblem gbongbo awala alawele gbongbo eblem gbongbo awele alawele gbongbo eblem gbongbo awala alawele gbongbo. Aha. jọ àsálà mi dò àsálà kan mi dà àsálà mi dò àsálà kan pé àsálà mi dò àsálà kan jọ àsálà mi dò àsálà kan mi dà àsálà mi dò àsálà bàbá bàbá dàdí ẹ bàbá dàdí èyí bàbá dàdí ẹ bàbá dàdí ẹ bàbá dàdí èyí bàbá dàdí ẹ. Ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló ládé, ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló lọ́nà, ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló lẹ́wà o. Ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló ládé, ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló lọ́nà, ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa ló lẹ́wà o. Ẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa nípínlẹ̀ Ògùn rèé. Ẹ̀yọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló dìgà, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn lẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa. Ẹ̀yọ̀ jẹ́ kí n bọ́ bàdá dé, kí n bọ́ bàdé gà. Ẹ̀yọ̀ bàbá.
Àtàbà TV. Àtàbà TV. Ọmọ onílẹ̀ àtẹ̀ tẹ́tẹ́, ìran àjòjì àtẹ̀ báṣubàṣù kó o ti wà. Ìwé màwé mọ́jọ pálẹ̀kẹ̀ ẹ̀ máa kọ́ wọn o. Ọmúwé máa sí lọ láyàwó obìnrin dùgbẹ́dùgbẹ́dùgbẹ́. Ó ṣe mí bẹ̀lúbẹ̀lú ya mú palẹ̀. Ó ṣe mí bẹ̀wà ya mú ṣe jẹ́. Ó ṣe mí ṣàlàwé máa para òrìn dà. Àwọn lọ máa ṣẹ́ta múnimúni àṣàṣà múnímúni. Ẹ̀yọ̀ balẹ̀ ó wọ́yọ́wọ́yọ́. Akí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìjókòó pátápátá. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Ògùn State. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àyùnlọ àyùnbọ̀ lọ́wọ́ méyànú. Ẹ máa lọ re, ẹ máa bọ̀ re. Ìyàwó ẹ̀kọ́ Ògùn State. Akíyí ní gbèjégbèjọ ní ìrẹsì kọ́lé ní ìrẹsì ráyè.
Ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló dìgà, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn lẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa. Ẹ̀yọ̀ jẹ́ kí n bọ́ bàdá dé, kí n bọ́ bàdé gà. Ẹ̀yọ̀ bá. Ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló dìgà, ẹ̀yọ̀ ló ládé, ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn lẹ̀yọ̀ tiwa. Ẹ̀yọ̀ jẹ́ kí n bọ́ bàdá dé, kí n bọ́ bàdé gà.
Eégún lé níwí ọ̀tẹ̀ ní àgbálójú. Àfin lé níwí àgèsẹ́ ní àtìláyà.
Kọ́lọ́kọ́ tó mọ̀ ogún olóyè. Kọ́lọ́kọ́ tó mọ̀ ogún olóyè. Ọlọ́bàámọ̀bá. 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 Thank you. Kọ́lọ́kọ́ tó mọ̀ ogún olóyè. Kọ́lọ́kọ́ tó mọ̀ ogún olóyè.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Award winning for a reason. Ogun State for a reason. Come on, let's give it up for the Ogun State cultural troupe. Thank you very much. I can see that a lot of guests and indigenes were beaming with smiles as that was ongoing. Once again, let's appreciate the Ogun State cultural troupe. In Ogun State, we are proud of our hospitality, we're proud of our entertainment, we're proud of the leader that is steering the ship in Ogun State. And since it began his first administration and now in his second administration, with the Ishaya mantra, social well-being and welfare has been paramount to him. And on this note today, we have someone who has also been overseeing that ministry in Ogun State, representing our own dear governor, Prince Dakwabi Odun, CON. Please join me as I welcome Dr. Tomi Koka, representing His Excellency the dear governor of Ogun State, and to deliver the speech of His Excellency. Please, shall we have a standing ovation for His Excellency as she steps forward? A round of applause, please.
The representative of, please sit down. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention. The representative of the Minister of State of Health, Dr. Emmanuel Majekutumi. The representative of the Special Advisor to the President on Health, Dr. Umar Tanko Yakasia. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Akin Oshibogun, the President, Association of Public Health Physicians, Professor Alphonsus Isara, the guest speaker, Professor Olumuyiwa Odunsanya, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Professor Christopher Obiano, members of the BOT, Professor Clara Ejembi, Professor Ayumba Zokwa, the State Chairman, Aphpn, Dr. Daniel Adesoya, all LOC members, and all members of Aphpn present here, men and ladies of the press. It is with great delight that I welcome you to the 31st Annual General Meeting and Scientific, Technology. It is with great delight that I welcome you to the 31st Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, tagged Abeokuta 2025. And I stand proudly here to inform you that yet again you have another Egba daughter that is also a public health physician. I came into this post as a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, and in the course of my role as a commissioner, I decided that I didn't want to be confused by the public health physicians, so I decided to do an MSc in global public health, so which I attended May last year. So I'm a bona fide member of your association. Thank you. On behalf of His Excellency, Prince Dakwabi Odun, CON, and the entire Ogun State government, I warmly welcome you to the Gateway State. The theme of this year's conference, Primary Healthcare Delivery in the Face of Multidimensional Challenges, is both timely and critical. Across Nigeria and indeed globally, the health system has been tested by evolving public health threats, economic constraints, and urgent need to ensure universal access to quality care. The burden of infectious diseases, the rising tide of non-communicable diseases, workforce shortages, and the effect of climate change all demand a holistic and innovative approach to strengthen our primary health care system. In Ogun State, we have remained committed to repositioning our primary health care as the foundation of any effective and resilient health system. We recognize that primary health care is the gateway to achieving universal health coverage. And we have made significant strides in improving services across our 20 local government areas. Some of the key achievements of this administration includes the Ogun State Health Insurance Scheme, which has continued to expand its coverage. Prof mentioned earlier on that across Nigeria, it's less than 10%. Unfortunately, I have to say the same for Ogun State, but we have not relented. This week, His Excellency is enrolling since the beginning of this month. All civil servants to the health insurance haven't paid 50% of the premium, and we're across all 20 local governments embodying our civil servants. We're also encouraging more of our residents to sign on, and His Excellency has also ensured that the vulnerable populations have access to quality healthcare without financial hardship. Incorporation of the primary healthcare under one roof and revitalization of the primary health center across all 20 local governments is one of the achievements of His Excellency. And your local chairman, Dr. Adesoya, has been one of the people pioneering the PHC under one roof. And this is to ensure essential services are available and accessible to all our communities. Another achievement of this administration is the deployment of technology in healthcare. We've managed to digitize our health records in our teaching hospital, our state hospitals, and we've commenced at the primary healthcare level, and that would be expanding rapidly this month for the next 2 months to about 80 primary health centers, and before the end of the year, we're hoping that we would have gone across the 236 wards of Ogun State. This is to help us in ensuring efficacy and quality service delivery and quality data management and evidence-based decision making. Our unwavering commitment to routine immunization still stands, with our immunization rate being above the 85% national average that is desired. Our maternal health and child programs are ongoing, and our disease outbreak responses are ensuring that Ogun State remains a model for public health interventions in Nigeria. And as mentioned earlier, Ogun State did win the best surveillance state in Nigeria by WHO last year. And of course, you know, Ogun State being the state of firsts, they were talking about, Prof was talking about the first public health physician coming from Ogun State. He listed them. We also have the first hospital here in Ogun State, the first female doctor from Ogun State, and unfortunately, the first case of COVID was in Ogun State. And our COVID-19 response and preparedness for future pandemic is well positioned so that we are able to be resilient to any future outbreaks, because we are conscious that this year alone, we've experienced about 6-7 different outbreaks of communicable diseases, and Ogun State's response has been excellent and prompt. We saw in the news today that Lagos State has a diphtheria outbreak, which unfortunately had the patient succumb to. We've had this outbreak in Ogun State for the last 3 months, but we are on top of it such that the public have not been, there has not been any reason for concern within the public. So we are responding appropriately, and I can see my epidemiologist sitting on the 3rd row there. So please give him a round of applause for the work he's doing. That said, we, however, acknowledge the challenges that persist, the funding constraints, inadequate human resources, supply chain bottlenecks, and socioeconomic disparity, which pose a threat to the public health efforts that are being made by all you knowledgeable and committed members of the Public Health Association. However, a forum like this provides an opportunity for robust discussions, innovative solutions, and actionable policies that will help us navigate as a nation, as a state, these challenges effectively. As we deliberate over the next few days, I encourage us all to embrace the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative of President Bola Tinubu Ahmed, GCFR, and the coordinating minister's sector-wide approach in preferring solutions with particular focus on maternal and child health, which has put Nigeria in a negative light globally in recent times, being the largest contributor and the third worst maternal ratio worldwide. Let us be bold in our ideas. Let us be strategic in our collaborations and be relentless in our pursuit of a stronger primary health care system for our people. Ogun State stands ready to continue to work with Aphpn and all stakeholders to drive sustainable health reforms that will benefit generations to come. Once again, on behalf of His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun and the Ogun State government, I welcome you to Ogun State, the gateway state of Nigeria, and I hereby declare open the 2025 and the 41st Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria open. And thank you for listening to me. I wish you all a productive and impactful conference.
Please, come on. It's a different thing for someone to represent someone. It's a different thing for that person to carry it well. Your Excellency, when it's time, I'm applying for campaign manager. Once again, shall we appreciate His Excellency, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Health, Dr. Tomi Koka. Now we'll go into the business of today. I'd like to request that Dr. Oludolamo Adedayo should please step forward. And while she's coming, we'd like to quickly recognize some dignitaries that joined us earlier. I'd like to recognize Dr. Adeshegun Fatusi, immediate past Vice Chancellor, University of Medical Sciences, Ondo. A round of applause. Also, the President, Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Ogun State Chapter, Dr. Adiola Ekundayo. A round of applause for her as well. And we have in our midst the CEO, Precious Pharmacy, Dr. Bola Aromiwura. Your most recognized. Please, where are you? Wave here. Dr. Bola Aromiwura, where are you? Precious Pharmacy. Thank you for, it's as if Chairman, Precious Pharmacy. Thank you very much, sir. I actually wanted to put a face to the name because I will collect dividend today. I'm a customer. Thank you for being here. Also, we like to, please, I'd like to request that Dr. Akinka should please come up as well. We'd like to also inform that we have, immediately after this meeting, we have traders outside with adire, different fabrics that you can go home with. And also there's a medical team on ground for medical checkup or attention if you need any.
Yes. Before you leave, you said you wanted to be part of members of Aphpn, and we have our NMA chairman here. So he's the only one that can grant such requests. So I want you to be attentive. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and welcome the chairman, NMA Ogun State, Dr. Ogunjimi Lukman. You are welcome, sir.
I beg to apply, sir. I renounce alternate medicine. I come back to you. I wonder how many times I'm going to change my profession today. Dr. Kinka, please step forward. Dr. Kinka is going to help us to do justice to the abridged version of the guest speaker. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Akinka.
Thank you very much. May I? Good morning, everyone. May I request, sir, my prof, sir, Professor Dusoya. Thank you, sir. Yes, so thank you very much, sir. Yes, so let me quickly, so I'm going to, it's going to be an abridged version, right? So please don't be afraid. We won't have to read all of this, but everybody should actually read it because it's a lot and it speaks to him. Okay, so Professor Olumuyiwa Omotola Odusoya acknowledges the mercy and the grace of God in his life. All the glory goes to God alone. Indeed, as the word of God says, no man can receive anything except it is given from him, given to him from above. Professor Olumuyiwa Odusoya had his humble beginnings in Lagos, born to Pa Kehinde and Madam Adetola Odusoya, both of blessed memory. He is from Igboye in Eredo Local Council Development Area, Ekpe, Lagos State, and he had his primary school education as well as his secondary education in Lagos State, secondary being Federal Government College, Ijaniki. He studied medicine and surgery at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Idiaraba, from 1982 to 1988, where he obtained the Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery degree. Professor Odusoya commenced postgraduate training in public health at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, and obtained the Masters of Public Health degree in 1992. His residency training in public health and community medicine was at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital Idiaraba from 1993 to 1995. During his residency training, Professor Odusoya was the best candidate of the Faculty of Public Health and Community Medicine of the National Postgraduate Medical College at both Part 1 and Part 2 examinations. And he became a fellow of the college in 1995. He acquired a diploma in management of higher educational institutes from Galilee International Management Institute, Israel, in 2019. He also obtained a certificate in achieving leadership excellence from the London School of Economics and Political Science, United Kingdom, in 2020. So he kept on studying, he has kept on studying. Right. Professor Odusoya was elected as a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Medicine and obtained the Doctor of Medicine MD degree of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in 2024. Professor Olumuyiwa Odusoya joined the services of the Lagos State University at the College of Medicine as Lecturer 1 in 1999 as one of the pioneer staff and was promoted to the position of a full professor in 2008. He was appointed as honorary consultant community physician in the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja, in 2003. And it was while he was there, he served as principal investigator for a phase 3 clinical trial for the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, which is what we currently use in our national program on immunization. While at LASUCOM, he has served as head of department Community Health and Primary Health Care, my department, by the way. And he has served as Dean as well as Provost of the Lagos State University College of Medicine. Professor Odusoya was appointed Pioneer and Substantial Vice Chancellor of the Lagos State University of Science and Technology in September 2022. September 2022. He has, while at LASUSTEC, which is still VC, the VC of LASUSTEC, he has developed the Impact Vision, a 6-initiative strategic agenda aimed at rapidly making the institution become a highly competitive, much sought after, globally acclaimed, world-class university. He has continued to devote his energy to this assignment, and he leads by example. He has served as chairman as well of the Lagos State Health Research Committee, and in 2024, the Lagos State government appointed him as the chairman of the Lagos State Science and Innovation Council. I need to note, Professor Odusoya is a believer in the Lord Jesus, and his goal is encapsulated in this statement: for to me, to live is Christ, and to die is gain. He is currently pastor of the Jesus Family Bible Church, Shasha, in Lagos, and he is married to the beautiful Mrs. Morenike Odusoya, and they have 2 wonderful children. I hereby present to you Dr. Olumuyiwa Odusoya, Fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, Doctor of Medicine, National Postgraduate College of Nigeria, Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Medicine, Master of Public Health, Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, Diploma in Management of Higher Educational Institutes, and Certificate in Achieving Leadership Excellence. And he's also at this occasion, this 2025 Isaac Oluwole Memorial Lecture. He is at this 41st Annual and General Scientific Meeting of the Association of Public Health Physicians. He is our guest speaker. Standing ovation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We may all be seated. I'd like to thank Dr. Akinka, one of our very first residents to have finished our residency program, who I'm sure not long from now would also join us in full professorial status. I count it a very great privilege to be at the Aphpn meeting this year. In 2011, we hosted the meeting in Lagos. Professor Najali was the branch chairman, and I was LOC chairman, and that was a memorable meeting. With me today, I have a number of people from our university. So please, all the people from LASUSTEC, we came with almost 30 people, please rise, and I want to. And I just mentioned a lot of them are from the Office of the Vice Chancellor. The DVC administration is Professor Basira Folari. The DVC Acad, I can see you. Professor Biodun Denloye, thank you for coming. I can see 3 of our deans. Dean Akoro, who is Dean of College of Basic Sciences. I saw her this morning. I also saw Dean of Engineering, Professor Bankole, and Dean of Agric. Thank you for coming. A number of directors are here, and the office staff of the Vice Chancellor. Thank you for coming. God will honor you. I thought somebody will help us with this. All right. I mean, come and carry your matter. All right, good. All right. So today we're here to, it's a meeting, and is the 2025 Dr. Isaac Ladipoluwole Lecture. And when my brother and friend Mutadada there with me, I was going to talk about, and I will talk about, public health is our business. That is the underlying lecture topic. And because we're talking about primary health care, I've also then added the theme of the conference, primary health care delivery in the face of multi-dimensional challenges. I'd like to thank God for the great opportunity, and I'd like to thank particularly association. May I ask the Golden President to please be upstanding? Many years ago, while I was self-serving as provost, each time Isara met me, we say, our incoming Vice Chancellor, I thank you very much. It has come to pass. 13 years ago, I thank you very much. In selecting this topic, my goal is to help us think differently about the healthcare system. Also, to help us have a different approach in which people always think that public health is about the poor, and that public health is about just spending money. I'd like to ask us this afternoon, all of us who are here, what is your occupation? You will say you're a doctor. If I say no, my specialty is public health and community medicine. But can I ask you a different question? What is your business? Most people say, I have no business. I'm a civil servant. I'm a doctor. But have you ever given it thought that public health is your business? And we should begin to see ourselves as public healthpreneurs. People who are in the business of looking after the health of populations. People whose goal is to deliver preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative care. And because that is what we do day and night, that is our business. If you ever see anyone who has a shop, they are proud to say they're business people. So public health should begin to see themselves as business people. Have you not remember? Do you not remember that even our national body, the Nigerian Medical Association, is a trade group? So we're all traders, we're all business people, but we don't think of it that way. Have you ever seen any company that succeeded in life by begging to sell its products? They fail spectacularly. Maybe that's why we have not succeeded, because we are not sure of our calling, we are not sure of what we should be doing, and we allow people look down upon the specialty and upon the practice that we do. I'd like to say again this afternoon that public health is our business. And until we change our perception and begin to act like people who own the business and take it with pride and look at how business succeeds and stimulate public health actions like that, we'll continue to struggle. I have a number of research questions this afternoon. One, can public health truly be a business? And the answer is yes. Perhaps what kind of business is it? What is the relationship between public health and business? And finally, what are the essential skills public health physicians must have? We have a gold standard definition of public health that stood the test of time. It was defined by Charles Winslow in 1920. And he said that public health is the science and art of prolonging life, preventing disease, promoting physical and mental efficiency through the organized efforts of the community, for the sanitation of the environment, the control of community infections, the education of the individual in principles of personal hygiene, the organization of medical and nursing services for daily diagnosis and preventive treatment of diseases, and the development of the social machinery which will ensure to every individual in the community a standard of living adequate for the maintenance of health. I'd like you to pay attention to the keywords in that definition. Now, that definition is 105 years old. Prolonging life, efficiency, service organization, and achievement of a standard of living. If you look at Nigeria today, we are far from it. Second definition, which Professor Shibegu mentioned, that also is now 47 years old, WHO Declaration on Primary Health Care. Primary health care is not second-rate medicine or care. Primary health care is essential health care based on practical, scientifically sound, and socially acceptable methods and technology, made universally accessible to individuals and families in the community through their full participation and at a cost that the community and country can afford to maintain at every stage of their development in the spirit of self-reliance and self-determination. It forms an integral part of the country's health system, of which it is the central function and main focus, and of the overall social and economic development of the community. It is indeed the first level of contact of individuals, the family, and community with the national health system, bringing healthcare as close as possible to where people live and work, and constitutes the first element of the continued health process. I was fortunate to have gone to the only medical school in Nigeria, the College of Medicine University of Lagos, because in final year, all we did was primary health care. We finished the regular curriculum and pediatrics in 500 level. And we spent 7 months learning and studying primary health care. No other university in the country, although they've changed it now. And they told us, and I still remember, the 4 A's of primary health care: available, acceptable, accessible, affordable. Essential health care that is available, whether at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m., that is acceptable to the population, that is accessible, whether they're in Imoson, or they're in Ijebugbo, or they're in Kutuwenji, or wherever they may be, that is affordable, that they don't have to suffer catastrophic health expenditure to access health care. Primary health care is requires the whole of society approach to national health systems, and is rightly regarded as the most inclusive, equitable, and cost-effective way to bring in health to everybody. Third definition: what is a business? It's an organization or enterprise involved in commercial, industrial, or professional activities. So today we are gathered for public health business, whose purpose is to organize economic production of goods and services. So the question: public health business, are we not as physicians directly or indirectly involved in the economic production of services that make people well enough to live well, to contribute to GDP? We are in that business, and we must understand, until we see public health as a business, we will continue to struggle to deliver on our mandate. How then do we classify businesses? You can be classified in at least 3 ways: by ownership, public or private. It can also be classified by the commercial motive, for profit and not for profit. It can also be classified by legal structure: sole proprietorship, business name, limited liability, partnership, guaranteed by trust. And in Nigeria, we talk about, and globally, most businesses fall into the medium, small, and micro enterprise. And the classification about where your business is micro, small, is shown on this slide. And let's go on to talk about the relationship between public health and business. Businesses thrive only where public health works. I'd like to say that again. Businesses thrive only where public health works. It is to the peril of any business to ignore public health. During the first and second industrial revolutions, there was a lot of business. Cities grew, mechanization became available, manufacturing became easy, electricity became available. But you know what happened? Nobody thought about public health. Safety issues arose. People died. People lived in slums, cholera, typhus, a lot of industrial accidents. Children went to work and died, malnutrition. Yes, business grew. But as long as public health was laid by the side, the mortality was unacceptable. In the UK, for example, from 1915, death rates in tuberculosis began to fall for two reasons. One, improvement in nutrition, improvement in housing, and finally, children under 15 were no longer allowed to work in coal mines. That was 31 years before streptomycin was discovered. So it wasn't the drugs first. It was change and attention to public health. Look at the next illustration I want to mention to us. That of COVID-19. One small virus, mRNA virus, and the world came to a stop. Hospitality, transport, logistics, academic institutions, everybody went to lockdown, curfew, relaxed lockdown. What did COVID teach us? That public health is vital to the survival of business. Everywhere, economies suffered. Some countries are yet out of it because of one small little virus. Public health therefore requires the cooperation of all of us to improve the health of our populations, and is an enabler of economic productivity and growth of any nation. I'd like to quickly address two concepts in public health that are important. Because when we talk about business, people think of the bottom line. Not only is the bottom line, but in public health, we pay attention to equity, to look after the vulnerable groups. Even in business, we talk about corporate social responsibility. And so equity remains, even when we're doing public health as a business. Second one I'd like to mention is about herd immunity. Look at COVID. Many did not leave their houses, particularly the rich and powerful. But they still caught COVID. You know why? Until all of us, or most of us, are protected, no one is safe. Money, as good as it is, can at times not buy you proper public health protection. The Honorable Commissioner has mentioned, in Lagos this week, we've reported diphtheria in a federal government school, and one student has died. We also know that in Texas in the last 2 weeks, one young girl died from measles, the first in about 15 years. So, public health affects all of life. All of life. Public health is our business. And I'd like to mention to us what are the business characteristics that are important to public health practice. One is planning. We all teach our residents, medical students, the planning cycle. Businesses plan. As public health physicians, how good are our plans? Two, businesses focus on market share or market penetration. We heard them talk about it. This brand, that brand. Our market share is this. How can we do it? That involves data collection. That involves the issues of monitoring. That involves studying the market. That involves looking to the future. That's what we do in public health. We've never realized that we need to begin to ask ourselves, as a department of community medicine, what's your impact? What's your coverage upon the population that you serve? They have clearly stated mission and vision statements. They develop their people, which is what we do. They also have effective customer service. How many of our people are satisfied when they come to us? Do they come at 8 o'clock and we arrive at 10 o'clock? That's not how to serve anybody. They have passionate leadership. They are able to adapt and change. and they're accountable. When last did our departments write your reports? Write about your finances. Write about how much you made, what grants you won, how it was spent. Accountability is a key element in businesses and must be with public health. Before I go further, I'd like to quickly mention Dr. Isaac Ladipo Oluwole, that in my mind, he was not only a foremost public health physician. I agree with Professor Shibokun that actually was appointed from Abeokuta to come into Lagos. And he was a successful public health business person. Look at the things that he did. Some, not the whole list. He founded the first school of hygiene, which today is the Lagos State College of Health Technology. He's still there. Set up the African Board of Directors of Health. Started the Massey Street Dispensary, which you know today as Massey Street Hospital. Plague, malaria, regular. Now, if you look at the number of lives saved, number of diseases prevented, number of people who have grown to become useful citizens of Nigeria as doctors, as lawyers, as engineers, the generations after that man will owe him a lot. So, in my opinion, Dr. Isaac Ladipo Oluwole was a successful public health business person. Before we go too far, I'd like to just be a little bit more technical and talk about good public health practice. And this is espoused by the Faculty of Public Health of the United Kingdom to have 4 domains. Domain 1 talks about knowledge, skills, and development. So we're not saying go and sell Google and Ekpa. No. We must still have technical expertise, competence, being up to date. Domain 2 talks about patients, partnership and communication. That talks about protecting the health and well-being of the population we serve. Domain 3 talks about colleagues, culture, and safety. How we treat ourselves, how we treat our juniors, our seniors, with emphasis on honesty, truthfulness, and meaningful communication. Domain 4 talks about trust and professionalism. We look at honesty again, objectivity, and the need to maintain personal and professional boundaries. Primary health care has 3 important key elements. Integration, we've heard about PhD under one roof. We talk about health for all. 2, it enables us to address the broader determinants of health. 3, it also empowers people as individuals, families, and communities to take charge of their own health. At the Alma Ata Declaration, 8 services were identified as components of PHC: health education, nutrition and water supply, clean water and sanitation, MCH, maternal and child health, including family planning, immunization, local control of locally endemic diseases, treatment of common illnesses and minor injuries, and provision of essential drugs. We've kept expanding the list, and we have added a few more. Primary oral health, like one of the key goodwill message persons said, primary mental health, and of course, occupational health. I'd like to then move on and talk about return on investment of public health interventions. Nations develop when certain elements are regarded and treated as public goods. The most important in those years was electricity. Even telephones is public good. If you remember in 1999, a SIM card was about 60,000, 100,000. It's come down. In 1985, 40 years ago, somebody said telephone was for the rich and not for the poor. But today we know anyone can have a telephone. It's become a public good. Therefore, if Nigeria will develop adequately, public health must become a public good, must be seen as profitable investment in the health of the people. Therefore, I have this afternoon developed a set of public health business equations. If you want to call them the different equations, and all of us here did mathematics. 1, effective public health services in Nigeria is equal to or will lead to good business in Nigeria. Equation 2, good business in Nigeria will lead to economic development of Nigeria. And by substitution, therefore, effective public services in Nigeria will lead to economic development of Nigeria. So I submit. In looking at economic benefits of our interventions, there are a number of approaches: cost benefit, cost utilization, cost effectiveness, and return on investment. Return on investment is my preferred approach because it's the key language of business. Nobody goes to business to lose money. And maybe that's why government is not putting out much money. What's the benefit? If we gave you 2 naira, $2, $200 million, what benefit will it bring to the people? Would they live longer? Would they be smarter? Would they make more money? Or it will be business as usual? So return on investment is very key. A lot of it requires a lot of careful interpretation. But one systematic review I looked at mentioned that in many countries, the median return on investment was 14.3 and the median cost 8.3. And the non-personal interventions have the highest benefits, things like legislation, and whereas when you get to the individual levels, it's much lower. Even in the workplace, primary preventive interventions are key to giving people, making them well. So if we are policymakers, we must begin to look at what works. And we have that. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. WHO has made us to see that vaccination, screening, behavior change, they work. And the next few slides, I'll just mention some of the highlights of some of these programs. Pneumococcal vaccination in 1 year was found to be able to bring about cost saving of 22 million euros. That is the worth of the return of investment on that. In the UK, MMR vaccine, Middle East study showed us that over a period of 10 years, you could be saving over £240,000, up to almost £500,000 over 10 years in reduced treatment costs. That's something to consider. HPV for women, for young girls, incremental cost-effective ratio is about 64,000 euros per life year gained and 50,000 euros per life year gained, whether we're looking at it from a payer's perspective or the social perspective. Even screening for diabetes, also in the model, it tells us over a 50-year period, you will have a saving of £6,000 per quality adjusted life year. I'll skip the slide. So we have an option to continue to do business as usual, to do cost savings, or to focus on return on investment. I'd like to discuss this project which I used to run when I was part of my work history. After I finished residency, I went to work as medical director for SmithKline Beecham. And it was my lot to establish this project. We ran it for 17 years, one of many things I did while I was in the company before I came back to academia. And we submitted the proposal to the company. I know company is strict business, no lobbying. And this is one of the two that was picked, one in Pakistan and Nigeria. It was to administer immunization, PHC, immunization as care point with treatment of common child diseases. And we got money only because we kept showing it was a successful project. So every month I wrote reports. We had vaccines that we imported outside Nigeria. I had a kerosene fridge. I had a kerosene freezer. We were thinly staffed, only one nurse. The cold chain was maintained and checked twice a day, 7 days a week. With just very scarce people. Commitment, we paid salaries, and it was a very successful project. Immunization coverage rose within 2 years from 43 to 84%. We were one of the first to use a combined DPT and hepatitis B vaccine. From that project alone, we published 7 different papers. In fact, NPI came to visit, and it was a project that gave us a lot of mileage. Obviously, we didn't do return on investment studies, but the project worked to improve the health of the people. They almost gave me a Chief Justice title. I declined. But each time I went, they were happy. This was a project that ran and improved their health. It was not sustainable. Company didn't want to commit money into it, so we handed over to local government. But that is the kind of thing that every one of us should be able to say, not just for academic work, but where you are making real life impact. That is what public health is about. What are the multidimensional challenges we face in public health? in primary health care. I've listed them and I'll just go through. Social issues, challenges, ignorance. If you read Professor Lucas' book, talk about the triad of disease, ignorance, and poverty. Our people have a lot of cultural beliefs and practices that hinder health. The MC talked about alternative medicine. I hope she will not practice harmful alternative medical systems. Those are social challenges. Somebody, I remember as a medical officer, I treated a child who had contractures from bones. Why? The child had convulsions. The parents felt it was an evil spirit causing the convulsion. So they put the child's feet into fire to drive out the evil spirit. Evil spirit came out. Child had deformed feet. Social challenges. Economic challenges. Cost of care is very high in Nigeria. No businessman will invest in health in Nigeria. It's unprofitable to do so. NEPA issues, water issues, government taxes, local government taxes, they are ratio all of the time. Low purchasing of the naira. And most importantly, poverty. And that's probably the greatest disease of it's not TB, it's not HIV, it's poverty. Number 3, political challenges, lack of political will. May I ask the commissioner, when last she went to a primary care center for treatment? They don't go there. And so if primary leaders don't go to that place, why should the common man go? We don't go. For the headache, we're in Geneva. For the neck pain, we're in Toronto. What are you telling the people? That the health you are offering to them is not good enough. There's lack of political will. Policy somersaults. We make a position today, tomorrow we change it. Those are the main problems of PHC in Nigeria. Number 4, human resources. Professor Chukwugi mentioned that. Inadequate numbers. Maldistribution. Everybody is in Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, and maybe Enugu. Nobody wants to go to the village. Nobody wants to go to an outpost. Because if he goes, you know what will happen first? His wife will divorce him. There are no good schools there. Brain drain. Less and less people want to do medicine, health sciences. They want to go and dance. They want to go and play football. They want to sing. They want to be content creators. Why should you, at the end of 6 years of punishment, NMBBS, and then you are paid 600,000 naira per month? To do what? We will come. Those are challenges. And until we address those things, we'll just be talking to ourselves. Technological challenges, poor infrastructure. Go to a number of primary care centers. Either the roof is blown off or is leaking, no water, no power, lack of local manufacture. We are constantly, now government has tried now that, okay, giving money, there was money given during COVID, some to establish hospitals, some to establish hospitals, but on the long run, we are not producing anything substantially in Nigeria, whether it's drugs, whether it's vaccines, even as simple as acetaminophen, paracetamol, we import bulk powder and compound in Nigeria. We should not be doing that. Power issues, availability of basic tools. And obviously, the last bit of it that we should really not be happy with is service issues. As doctors, we organize our services to punish the poor. Why should immunization be 8 to 4? Why can it not be on Saturday? Why should a woman have to leave her business to get her child protected? Because it suits us. Why can't it be the evening? Why can't you go and do it, you vaccinate them at home? It suits us. We are the king, not the customer. Little focus on client rights. You know, a lot of women come to antenatal care. What they want to deliver, they go to their churches, they say the nurses, they are witches, they will kill their children. They don't trust us. Safety issues. And we must begin to look at why have we structured our services towards making it difficult for people to use. The opportunity cost for coming to hospital and system is too high in Nigeria. I'd like to return to what will help our businesses to survive. We know very well businesses, in fact, the average lifespan of any business is about 7 years. Why do they go under? financial insolvency, poor management, lack of innovation. Look at Kodak. He used to be king in photography. It has gone. We can also disappear if we don't do something. Remember in the early 2000s, 3310 phone. Where is it today? It's gone. Because they did not look at the future. I'd like to mention 4 important characteristics of businesses that survive that we must pay attention to. Number 1, such businesses can and shape the future. What future do we see in another 10 years, 20 years, 50 years of public health in Nigeria, in Africa, and globally? We're not looking at the future. Are we looking at the changing demographics, climate change issues, disease epidemiology, the wider determinants of health? Are we thinking in that future and preparing for that future? I was at the medical school to talk to them about the future of medicine. I said the future can be chaotic, the future can be unpredictable, but we must shape that future. What do those companies do? They innovate. They create products and services for the future. Let me say to us this afternoon that the future is pregnant and waiting to be delivered of 9 possibilities for the public health expert who would dare to be creative and innovative. Number 3, such businesses that survive also prepare the human resources for the future. How preparing? Requires skills, training, expectations, investments, and potential outcomes. Look at artificial intelligence. Look at machine learning. Right now, you can use artificial intelligence to read X-rays, to read MRIs, in fact, to do a lot of things. There are studies that show that the computer is even better than us in diagnostics. What will that mean? Does it mean that we won't have to medical students? Are we thinking and preparing our practices, our students, our residents for the future that is unfolding? Number 4, such businesses also pay attention to the competition. We forget that the public health space is very large and very welcoming. There are people today who do environmental health. There are people today who do public health first degree. They will earn a PhD and say they are more suited than us. What are you doing about that? People today who are community health physicians, we say they own the community and not doctors. I'm sorry for them. All of us today have phones. Almost every 3 months, the phone companies, I don't want to advertise them, bring another one. Component companies bring software patches. They bring new things. But in public health, we practice as was in the beginning. So is now. World without aim, it will not work. So what are those essential business skills as doctors we must have? Number 1, leadership skills beyond technical skills. Most of us have a narrow perspective. I'm a doctor. I give injections. Or I chase mosquitoes. I go to conference. No. What is the long-term goal of your practice as a businessman? I like to say, and quote Jim Collins, who said that we don't want good leaders because good is the enemy of great. We need leaders who will be humble but have a will of steel to produce results. That's what we need. We must move from individuals at level 1 who are capable to level 5 leadership who can build enduring greatness. We've mentioned some of them this year in this hall today. There's Kuti, there are doing Lambos, there's Ladipo, there are Dutons, and several others. That's what we need. Leadership who will go beyond technical skills. Number 2, high ethical and moral standard. In Nigeria, we see many big boardroom gurus who are in court for corruption charges. It's required of leaders. If they make you head of department, we will steal our money. We must have leaders, and it's important in business. A good name is better than silver or gold. The money in public health is not our money. It's money of Nigerians, it's money of donors, it's money of partners, and we must be accountable for it. And many people don't think that way. For example, why should we continue to make the same mistakes, going to the things that do not work? And that is not acceptable. Number 3, financial literacy is another key aspect we need to have as doctors. Most business decisions are financial. What is about travel? Even this meeting is financial. You may not think of it, but to put these lights, to bring the media, to bring the dance troupe, The food is all about money. Without the money, nothing will work. So a smart public health person has his eyes on the figures. We should be knowledgeable about financial statements, about forecasting, about profit and loss statement. Just this week, Air France, KLM, with as much, is looking forward to buy Air Portugal. What are we looking to buy? Must we continue to remain small? Those are questions to ask ourselves. Team building is another important in any business. People go, people come. So any business, including public health, must invest in coaching, in training, in mentoring, because people will come in and leave at several points. Negotiation skills are another important thing we must begin to do, and requires expertise in sales, in marketing, in finance, in procurement, in human resources, in legal affairs, and of course, in negotiating. They are not under the table deals if you must survive in the business world. Project management is another skill that is important to business and public health. Whether we're delivering intervention, we're constructing buildings, cycles of projects is important that we must have. Another important skill is what I call the triple C, compelling client communication. Let me ask us, if we ask you to talk to people in Ijebu, even common English, are we able to communicate with the man on the street? Or we are interested in telling them the anatomy and the physiology of pneumococcal, staphylococcus? They are not interested. Are we able to tell them in simple language what they should hear? Glaucoma means nothing to the man on the street. Are you listening to me? Paralytic polio means nothing to the man on the street. If he cannot communicate to me in the language and manner that he needs. Our IEC is outdated, archaic, focused on making ourselves very happy, but with little impact to the people we serve. Therefore, as I begin to close this afternoon, I'd like to make a few recommendations that will help us make public health our business. We must have a paradigm shift on several fronts. We must move away from seeing public health as held for the poor, for the powerless, for the voiceless masses. That orientation must change. It's not for the poor, it's not for the powerless, it's not for the poor people. Therefore, I recommend to us that we need, like if we are doing business, to create special purpose vehicles to achieve this. AMCON is an example. We can form consortia. We can form research groups. We can form professional bodies to carry on the business of public health. An association should take note of this. We must show that public health is profitable. We must show that public health has impact on the economic well-being. We must show the country that as long as they neglect public health, Nigeria cannot do well. We need new skills to do this. Number 3, we must enlarge our scope of training. Oh, it's good to talk about the 12 specialties of public health. Oh, I'm in occupational health. I'm in epidemiology. I'm in secondary health. I agree with you. But who is in business of public health? We're teaching our people how to make money. We're teaching our people about health economics. We must teach our residents training about financial literacy, forecasting, managing business. Let's send them to work even with the shop owners. Let them learn what it takes to make money. Let's send them to big companies. Oh, yes, we send them to MOHs, we send them to CMD, we send them to head department. But they're passive onlookers. Give an every resident how to write a financial plan he doesn't know. And then God help you. The day you become vice chancellor, your boss has put you into trouble because you are not financially sound. That is one key why a lot of good people run into trouble because of financial illiteracy. I chose not to be one, and that's why I'm able to thrive. Research must then focus on cost benefits and return on investment in Nigeria. To be advocates, we must work with local governments. We must work with local governments. We must go there, teach them, mentor them, cooperate with them, play the fool if possible so that we can help them. Because that is where, remember, primary care provides for about 80% of the people. But the people go up to teaching hospital, where to even see a surgeon can take 8 weeks. But if they come to the primary health care, they can be seen readily. We must have dynamic and compelling web presence as an organization. When they go to our website, what do they see there? Our mission statement. What are we doing? Do we have frequently asked question pages as an organization? Do we have issues about common health problems? Continuously putting columns in leading newspapers. Maybe we should borrow some activism from an MBA and truly be a friend of the people. Now, the last part of the lecture today is to talk about how we remove the challenges to delivery of PHC. To the socio-economic problems, I only have one recommendation: good governance. The purpose of government is in the 1999 Constitution is to make the people's lives easy, is to care for the people. Let's empower the people. Let's make sure health insurance works. We cannot be talking of 10% from 1962. We were in coma till 2005. And maybe we are just half alive 20 years after. We must do something. On the political scene, we must empower communities to take ownership of the health system and to manage it. We must create a favorable investment climate. Service delivery, we need to restructure. We need to promote client rights. We need to be more courteous. We need to be accountable. We need to be accountable. Which hospital publishes its finances? My dear brother who just finished his tenure as Vice Chancellor, they publish their financials after when it was IFE. Technological solutions. We all build our houses as if without AC we will die. Yet Nigeria is a hot country. Can we begin to build buildings that are functional, that are easy to maintain? Can we start looking at how to manufacture drugs, vaccines, diagnostics? Nigeria used to manufacture yellow fever vaccine in 1987. It died because nobody paid attention. As for the human resources, better compensation, motivation, training, more accountability. We must begin as a people, business people, to model appropriate business behavior in all our. It holds the key to well-being. It holds the key to productivity. We should take ownership of public health and give it its place of pride in Nigeria. We must all, by appropriate behavior, training, competencies, and right attitudes, push the boundaries to make public health our business, and indeed, a profitable business for the health and good of Nigerians. I have two closing prayers. As I close, may we all become successful public health business persons. May we all indeed deliver more effective public health services in Nigeria. I'd like to thank you very much for listening. I'm grateful to association. I'm grateful to my dear wife for being here. I'm grateful to my teachers, Professor Dunton, Professor Wale Alakija, Professor Dr. Dujuni, Professor Suzu, Professor Shibogun, Professor Koji, and my good friend, Professor Najali. I'm grateful to all the people who came with me from the University of Science and Technology, and I want to thank you for listening. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Wow, that applause is too small. That was beyond comprehensive. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Once again, thank you very much, our guest speaker. That was beyond comprehensive. I'm sure if we were to pay for that, we know how many millions would have dropped from our pockets. Once again, let's appreciate the guest speaker. And just because His Excellency has another appointment, we want to quickly take a group photo session with her before she takes her exit. And as she's stepping forward, I'd like to quickly recognize the special advisor to His Excellency, Mr. President on Health, ably represented by Dr. Umar Tanko Yakasai. You're most recognized, sir. Ese, please come forward as well. I'd like to invite the guest speaker, chairman of the occasion, BOT chairman and BOT members to please step up to take a group photo session with Her Excellency. chairman of the occasion, the speaker, the BOT chairman, BOT members, special advisor to His Excellency Mr. President. Also, I quickly recognize and invite to join them for the group session, the National President-elect Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Dr. Zainab Kwaru Mohammed, you're most recognized. Please also join for the group photograph. Please put off the screen for a minute. Please, can you help with the floodlight as well? It's affecting the group session. Quickly, technical. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A round of applause for Our Excellency, gentlemen that also joined in the photo session, our distinguished guests. Thank you so much. Please note that that was quickly done because she was taking her exit, so the others of photograph will be taken after the vote of thanks. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to quickly, properly recognize some dignitaries that I rushed through because of the photo session. Like I said earlier, we have the representative of the Special Advisor to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on health here with us. The special advisor on health is ably represented by our very own Dr. Umar Tanko Yakasai. Once again, please rise up for recognition, sir. Dr. Tanko Yakasai, before you arrived, sir, we did some special things that you didn't know. I just want to give you a breakdown. Maybe you may be wondering that who is this beautiful lady speaking? My name is Doctor. I was appointed today, Doctor, sir. Yes, it's today I collected that position. I started with this association, but they refused me. I joined alternate medicine, but now I'm in NMA. Yes, that's why I am. That's why I am. Please, just for a few minutes, I'd like to invite our dear representative, Dr. Umar Tanko Yakasai, for his goodwill message. A round of applause. I'm sure he has a message from the special advisor to Mr. President. I'm available to travel to Abuja, sir. Yes, if President is looking for a spokesperson.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to start on existing protocol, but I recognize all my teachers that are here. I remember when we were doing first preclinical, Professor HMB came to do as an excellent examiner. And when you come in, you are not sure if you are really speaking correct stuff or you are moving purulent stuff. She will ask you a question and she will just look at you. No encouragement, ma. So when you are moving stuff, she will just do, ma, we used to call it bovine look. You just, ma, I hope you have changed now. Please, ma, when the student come, if they are moving correct, so they okay, just be nodding. If we are moving wrong stuff, just be doing like Indian. So that many of our colleagues came out crying. So when I wanted to go in, I cried before I entered. Because those ladies had a lot of stuff. So when they cried, I was saying, I'm dead. So I'm Dr. Umar Tanko Yakasai. I'm also a consultant public health physician with African College, so this is my association. But today I'm here to represent Dr. Salma Ibrahim Anas, who is a special advisor to the President on Health. She actually bought a ticket along with myself, committing herself to be here. But unfortunately, some assignment came and she asked me to still be here, represent her and apologize for her absence, but also extend her appreciation for the invitation. She's of course a sound member of this association. And to also say that the Office of the Special Advisor to the President is an advisory position, and she's doing everything she can to tap from all the expertise of our professionals that are here and in some other profession, so as to provide policy guidance and memos to the President to ensure that many of the things that have been observed and shortcomings are addressed, working with the Federal Ministry of Health. So the question to ask is, after so many years, how well are we doing with the primary health care in our country? How much success have we recorded? What are the challenges? How can we do better? And the experts that can ensure that the primary health care system is doing better are here in this hall. And we hope that with the expertise here and in working with the government, some of those challenges will be addressed, and majority of our citizens who live at the community will be able to access better care and do well. With these few words of mine, I thank you very much for the opportunity given to the special advisor, and we appreciate the invitation, and also once more apologize for her inability to be here due to certain circumstances. Thank you very much, and God bless. And for the MC, all the professors here who are offering honorary are here. So you are also by academic and those as a doctor.
Thank you very much, sir. You'll be my first patient, sir. I can't believe that he denied me immediately. I'd like to invite Dr. Daniel Adesoya to take us through the documentary of the life and times of Professor Camille Alausa. Dr. Daniel Adesoya, or yes, please a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to appreciate the SA on health, and to remind you, sir, that I will send the LOC secretary to you to give you our account detail and put anything, but the number of zeros must start from 7. Anything from 7. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. So we can go. I am here to present the life and times of Professor Olanipekun Alausa, a doyen of public health. And I'm doing this on behalf of the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, Ogun State branch, with the permission of the Golden President. Parental background. Okay. The courtship between late
Ijebu-Ode, a town rich in history and culture. This is a place where the story of a remarkable man unfolds. A man whose life's journey was marked by resilience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to education, community, and faith. Today, we gather to celebrate a life well lived and legacy of the late Professor Olanipekun Camille Alausa, an erudite scholar and first son of late Alhaji Mustafa Salami Alausa and late Alhaja Abibat Olayinka of the Alausa and Shembanjo Onselu families, both of Ijebu-Ode. Born on the 1st of August 1943, his educational journey began at Ansaruddin Primary School, a school his late father was very instrumental to its establishment. Thereafter excelled at Ijebu Muslim College. His pursuit of knowledge led him to the University of Ibadan, where he obtained his first degree in medical microbiology at the age of 24. Not relenting, he bagged a second degree, an MBBS, from the same institution. Professor Alausa, a determined seeker of knowledge, forged ahead in his academic pursuits, amassing a wealth of qualifications and honors throughout his illustrious career, from earning the ECFMG in the United States in 1970 to obtaining a Doctor of Medicine degree in 1978. He showcased a relentless commitment to excellence. His journey included achievements like postgraduate diplomas, certificates and fellowships from esteemed institutions such as Victoria University of Manchester, Harvard University, and the Royal College of Pathologists. Professor Alausa's expertise spanned epidemiology, public health, and pathology, earning him prestigious honors like the Fellowship of the West African College of Physicians and the Royal College of Pathologists in the United Kingdom. To justify his great effort in the field of his professional choice, medicine, the man became a professor in March 1980 when he was just 36 years of age. With numerous degrees, certificates, and accolades, Professor Alausa became a trailblazer in the field of medicine. His contributions extended beyond the classroom as he took on roles such as Dean, Chief Medical Director, and Registrar, leaving an indelible mark on medical education in Nigeria. Professor Alausa, a distinguished academic figure, left an indelible mark on various fronts throughout his illustrious career, serving as Dean Provost of 3 medical schools, Chief Medical Director at 2 university teaching hospitals, and Registrar Chief Operating Officer of the Nigerian Postgraduate Medical College. His impact was profound, and held the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor at Olabisi Onabanjo University. Notably, Professor Alausa played a pivotal role in community-oriented medical education, serving as the World Health Organization contact person in Nigeria from 1985 to 1990. His international experience included chairing the Medical Microbiology Department in Saudi Arabia. His contributions extended to the development of Nigeria's university systems as institutions sought his expertise for the establishment of private universities, including Bayero University, Crescent University, Fountain University, Summit University, Echo University of Medicine and Health Sciences, and Model University. A prolific author, Professor Alausa authored over 90 publications spanning public health, medical microbiology, infectious diseases, medical education, and health services administration. His legacy remains a testament to his unwavering dedication to advancing medical knowledge and education. Despite his demanding career, Professor Alausa remained deeply connected to his roots. A proud member of Egbe Bobabui, Okunrin, Akile Ijebu, he actively participated in community development, philanthropy, and social activities. A devout Muslim like his father, Professor Alausa's life was a testament to his faith. His pilgrimage to Mecca and dedicated service to Islam earned him the title of Alatilein Adini of the Central Mosque, Ijebu-Ode. Professor Alausa in his passing leaves behind a legacy of love and inspiration through his devoted family. Survived by 6 children and blessed with 12 grandchildren, his family was the source of his joy. Today, we celebrate not only a scholarly figure, but also a cherished father and grandfather. Among his 6 lovely children are Mrs. Abiola Ojo Osagie, Mr. Babalola Alausa, Mr. Kayode Alausa, Dr. Toyin Alausa, Mrs. Fumilayo Fadoju, and Mr. Oluwabumi Alausa. The richness of his family life adds a profound dimension to the celebration of Professor Olanipekun Camille Alausa's life. Professor Olanipekun Alausa, a dedicated scholar, extended his expertise beyond academia to actively contribute to societal development. In 2001, he joined the Ijebu Development Initiative on Poverty Reduction, initially as the vice chairman of the board's Medical and Health Committee. Over the years, his involvement grew and he eventually became the chairman of the governing council in 2015, serving IDIPR for a remarkable 22 years. His impact wasn't confined to organizations alone. Professor Alausa played a vital role in shaping future healthcare professionals. As a visiting professor at Babcock University and Eko University of Medicine and Health Sciences, he shared his knowledge and expertise. In the realm of healthcare, he pioneered the accreditation process of the Department of Community Medicine and Primary Care at the Federal Medical Center, Abeokuta. His efforts not only led to swift accreditation of the WACP and NPMCN, but also established rural outreach centers, enhancing healthcare accessibility across Ogun State. Professor Olanipekun Alausa's legacy is one of the dedicated service, leaving an indelible mark on both academic institutions and community development initiatives. As we celebrate the extraordinary life of Professor Olanipekun Alausa, his children have created a memorial web page in his honor. This digital space is a tribute to his legacy, a place to share memories and express gratitude for the impact he made. I encourage you to visit this memorial webpage by scanning the QR code on your screen. Take a moment to leave a tribute, a reflection, or simply share how Professor Alausa touched your life. Let us collectively commemorate the remarkable journey of a scholar, father, and visionary. Your words will contribute to a lasting tribute for a man whose influence will resonate for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was in honor of Professor Olanipekun Alausa. We in Aphpn will continue to remember him for good, and in Ogun State, his memory will continue to linger. We want to thank you very much for listening to the documentary. Thank you very much. God bless you.
My apologies, I was attending to a patient. Thank you. I no waste time, work has started. You know, the documentary we just had was about Professor Kami Alausa, and his beautiful daughter is here with us. Please, a round of applause.
Oh wow, I missed it by just a few seconds. I'm so pained. I did my best to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I don't know all the protocols in the house, but all protocols duly observed. My name is Abiolo Josagi, and I'm the daughter of Professor Alausa. And I've come today, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you. I came in person as a mark of respect and appreciation to accept this award on behalf of Professor Alausa's family, and to thank you, the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria, for this incredible honor. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. Of course, Dad isn't here with us today, but his legacy lives on. And this award is a testament to the impact he made in the healthcare sector ecosystem, and possibly in some individual lives here. We are so proud of the work that he did and the difference he made, and therefore we're deeply touched by this recognition that you have given to him today. I just would like to add, because I don't want to take your time, that going forward, honestly, we would love to see the work of Professor Alausa. We would like to see his contributions to your industry, to the ecosystem in the health sector, to be more accessible. And I personally am hoping that in the not too distant future, we will be able to digitalize his work, you know, his contributions, his research papers, and make it more accessible for the benefit of the industry. In all cases, we want to thank you again for this wonderful award, because it means a lot to us. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ma. It's indeed a privilege to recognize him as well. Once again, let's show our appreciation. Thank you very much. I'd like to quickly recognize this gentleman. They've been here all along. My apologies for it was an oversight. The Acting Chief Medical Director, Delta State University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Iyemike Awuna. You must recognize, sir. The Chief Medical Director, Babcock University Teaching Hospital, Professor Barnabas Mando. You must recognize, sir. I am available for consultancy if you need extra hands, sir. Yes. We'd like to say thank you very much for your patience for this official opening ceremony. It's been wonderful, it's been exciting with a comprehensive lecture from Professor. His Excellency, who was ably represented, Professor, who is also an indigene of Ogun State, came all the way from Unilag. We want to say thank you to our BOT chairman and board members and every delegate, our special advisor, all the way from Abuja as well. But to do that, I'd like to invite the local organizing committee secretary, Dr. Kayode Ahmed, to move the vote of thanks. A round of applause for him.
Thank you so much. I would like to stand by the established protocol. So much time has been spent, and I know our delegates want to have something to bite so that we can be refreshing and be ready for the next session. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my duty is to thank every one of us, and I would like to start from our distinguished delegation from all over the country. Yesterday I met with my colleague, Dr. Sarah Wude, who came from all the way from Maiduguri, and several other people who came all the way from across the country to witness this occasion. We want to thank profusely the family of Professor Alausa, who grant us this opportunity to present the award and the posthumous recognition for Professor Alausa. We thank you so much. We want to pray that the soul of Baba continue to rest in perfect peace. On behalf of the Aphpn Ogun State LOC Committee, I would like to extend a very hearty note of thanks to all the physical and the online attendees. Thank you so much. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? We have made this occasion a very epoch-making one. Thank you so much for being part of this. I would also like to say a big thank you to our special guests. Especially, I want to thank Professor Olumoyiwa Odusanya. He has supported us in so many ways, and constantly, even at night, we exchange calls and chats. Baba was so committed to this. Please, let's give him a round of applause again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So our traditional leaders, unfortunately, we couldn't have them. We thank them as well. Yesterday, we are at the Alake's Palace, and it was a groundbreaking meeting that we had with him. So our sponsors, I want to thank my family people, the Aphpn Public Health, Dr. Posi and the group, thank you. So they will also be making a presentation later today. The Shell, Nigeria, FitSyn, UNFPA, the Precious Pharmacy, okay, and Safin, and quite a number of them. We thank you so much for all you do in order to ensure that we have this success of this conference. I cannot forget to appreciate the constant guidance that we get from our National Secretariat, Dr. Alphonsus. I will not want to call the second name. It's a tongue-biting name. And of course, my president, the golden president. I can call that Professor Alphonsus Isara. A round of applause for the Secretariat. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Above all, we want to thank God Almighty for giving us the opportunity to host. And we believe that for the rest of days that is left, we're going to enjoy the best of Ogun State. So on behalf of everybody, the LOC, and every Ogun member, we want to thank you so much for your time, for the energy, for taking so much out of your pocket to come all the way. Thank you so much. Long live Aphpn, long live Ogun State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So we are going on a short break now, then we'll come back for a technical session. Thank you very much. Please, we can all proceed for our lunch break now. Please note that we're expected to be seated here by 2:30. We're going for lunch break now. We're expected to be seated by 2:30. So we have 45 minutes to eat, use the restroom, come back, and be ready for the next session.
We want to be very careful that we get things right. Okay, so by the time you orient your panels towards the east or towards the west, you see that what usually happens is that for those that are inclined towards the east, from morning till about 12 noon, you have your harvest. But after 12 noon, you see that there's a decline in the harvest, and we wouldn't want to have that for life savings facilities like hospitals. We want to have optimum harvest at all time. So we wouldn't want to situate our panel or orient them facing towards the east or towards the west. Okay, so solar panel orientation. So we have to consider our position on the globe, and that is our position there between 4 to 14 degree north latitude and 3 to 14 degree east longitude. Now, you may get to a particular location, and then based on the structure of the building, it's not possible for you to get the true south that you are looking at. What do we now do in such scenario? We start putting up other considerations, start bringing other considerations into the whole picture. One of the things we consider is to erect a structure that will give us that true south that we are looking at, okay? And then incline it at the latitude of that location. By so doing, we are very sure and confident that at all times, we will have optimum harvest. Okay, so this is how it looks like. This is how the installation looks like. So some of our roofs in the house, they are inclined at 45 degrees. So for those kind of sites, we can decide to do make corrections to the existing roof, or we can decide to raise another structure, support structure, to be able to accommodate what we want to put in for optimum harvest. Now, I've talked about inclination angle, but there's something I want us to take note of. We get to a location, the inclination angle is okay, but the orientation is not fine. What do you do in such scenario? So which of them take precedence over the other when we are doing this design? Yes, they are both important, but you may not be able to achieve all of them in a particular single site or site of installation. But what we do is that we consider the orientation. We give orientation more priority to inclination. We can play around with inclination, but orientation, improperly oriented panel will not give you results. It won't give you what you want. So we want to be sure that the panels are oriented correctly. Okay. Energy storage and backup. Yes, we know that you will not have the sun all day, 24 hours of the day. But our own night start from 5 p.m. So by 5 p.m., we're expecting the harvest to go down. So what happens after 5 p.m.? That is where energy storage comes in and backup. So what we normally do, we bring in batteries. You may have seen some of them. As we proceed, you see the differences between these storage devices that we are talking about here. So it is what you have been able to harvest in the daytime, during the harvest time, that will be available for you to make use of during the night hour, which start from 5 p.m. So inadequate sizing of the storage backup facilities, another serious issue on its own. You may have a well-installed panel oriented, you may have a well-installed panels, but if you have undersized your storage facility, you will still end up in problem at the end of the day. So what you want to do, you want to have it balanced. Your panels are well oriented, your storage devices are well designed. So these are the two storage devices that we make use of. They are made of, this first one is called lead acid. These are lead acid batteries. And the other one by your right, they are the lithium ion batteries. The lithium ion batteries are the latest, and that is what we use for installation for facilities such as hospitals. You may ask why. The reason is this. The lead acid, just as you know, is made up of H2SO4, tetrasulfate 6 acid, and then oxidation and reduction takes place within this cell, within the cells of this battery, each time of charge and discharge. And with time, there's degradation that starts coming in and all of that. Beside all this, it can only deliver 50% of its rated capacity. So if I have a 200 amps lead acid battery, I can only pull out 100 amps from that battery, like 50% of that capacity. On the other side, we see lithium ion batteries. They are not like that. You can pull them to as far as 95% each time you want to pull power from them. And by the time you come back again and you want to pull back more power, it will still allow you. But unlike lead acid that has memory effects, which will not allow you to go below 50% without degradation. So for hospitals, for health centers, we advise you, it's our recommendation that you go with lithium ion battery storage. Now let's talk about the maintenance and technical support. Yes, there's little maintenance when you come to solar systems, but that does not mean that there are no maintenances at all. So one of the things we do is the panel. We usually have issues with the panels, especially in this location. Dust is a problem. For middle belt and north, dust is usually our problem. And then constructions are always ongoing on our roads and all of that. So if you have your facility situated close to the road, this is one of the problems we face. Another thing is that as the birds are flying, they see a reflection of themselves in the solar panel, and they want to come and see what is there. In the process, they leave their droppings on the solar panels, and that also inhibits optimum harvest that we want to achieve. So what we normally do is from time to time, for locations like Middle Belt and North, we recommend that panels be cleaned every quarter. And then for other locations across the country, we recommend that at least twice a year, your panel should be cleaned. And as little as dust is, as little as this scenario I'm describing is, it can lead to a reduction in harvest up to 40%. That is serious. That is what we cannot afford to have in a life-saving environment like hospitals. So we want to ensure that the panels are properly cleaned. For the organization I work for, Aphpn Health Sense, we are currently working on a smart system, an automated cleaning system that cleans the system every day. So once you wake up, the system is automated such that it cleans the panels, waiting for the sun to come up for harvest. So you can count on us for all of that. Okay, examples of successful implementations. For the past 2 years that I've been on this project, we've been going all around the country, seeing how to solve this problem of power for hospitals. And then we've carried out several installations. A few of them are here. The MD CAN Secretariat in Gwarimpa, Abuja, is fully on solar. So you can verify that. We did that. We carried out installation some times ago. We also have Excel Specialist and Fertility Hospital in Abuja as well. It's also our project. You know how fertility center operates. They need to keep their specimen. They need to preserve a lot of things. So that hospital is fully solared as I talk to you right now. St. Daniel Hospital in Otukpo is as well fully solared. So if you are familiar with these places I'm talking about, or you know someone close to these places, you can actually tell them to verify. And the testimonies are out there. There are a lot of others there that you can verify if you want to. Okay, these are pictures. So normally when we get to installation site, we take a look at how the existing power system is and then see how we can incorporate our new system that is coming in. So that is St. Daniel Hospital in Otukpo. And then we carry out what we call entry point meeting. In that way, what we normally do is that we gather all the departmental heads within the hospital and then we enlighten them on what we want to do on the project we're about to carry out, the safety measures that needs to be adhered to and all of that. Okay, then we carry out the installation proper. All our installations are carried out with all safety measures in mind. Okay, this is how the installations looks like when we are done. And then this is the system. That what you are seeing below there is the lithium-ion battery we are talking about, and what you see up there is those are the battery. They are the inverters. So these are some of our projects that we've implemented. Okay, then another thing is this: you may have a good system, good installation, good equipment, and all of that, but the project can still fail if the people don't change their behavior towards the system. We're all born during the era of NEPA. We don't know what a watt of power costs to produce. Yes, they are spending a lot of money there to produce this, so we don't know. So we can leave the light on as we want and all of that. But now you are now becoming the production, you are becoming the consumer at the same time, and then you are the one financing all of this. So you have to change behavior. So we also carry out that behavioral change training. So after all our installations, we gather all the hospital staff and then we enlighten them on what they need to do. And the key message is, if not in use, put it off. So if that device is not in use, why should it be on? Why should you put it on? Why should it be on, consuming power that you use your own resource to procure? So if that device is not in use, the ultrasound is not in use, put it off. All the lights, the lighting point, if they are not in use, the equipment in the laboratory, the incubator especially, if the incubator is not in use, why do you have to leave it on? There is nothing in it as sample, and then the incubator is there on, put it off. So that is one of the key messages you pass across after our installation. So this is a sample of one of our training section. This is another. Then we also give opportunity for the people to ask questions. There are a lot of misconceptions about solar system, but that is not true. I'm here to tell you that if you have not keyed into solar solutions or renewable energy, there is something you are still lacking. You are wasting your money unnecessarily for what you should not be wasting money on. These systems works. I'm speaking from the engineering aspect. Maybe the experiences that we may have had before now is due to maybe all these vendors that can just come to you and tell you, okay, it's like this, it's not like this, it's like that. But these are the facts. These are from the engineering and scientific view. Renewable energy is the way to go. So they can ask their questions and then we'll do demonstrations for them on how the system works. Okay? Now, why hospital solar project fails? I've talked about a bit of them. Lack of energy assessment. Some people will just come and tell you need a 5 kVA. On what basis are they telling you need a 5 kVA? On what basis are they telling you need a 10 kVA? They need to do energy assessment. So you carry out energy assessment, and how do we do that? We assess each of these devices that are going to be on the system, and then put together their power needs. From there, we'll be able to tell, okay, a 5 kVA will be enough, a 10 kilowatt hour battery is going to be sufficient. Another thing is poor change management. That is the behavioral change communication that we're talking about. So we inculcate that in our training. Lack of planning. Some people carry the panel at the batteries and they put it under an enclosure. And to worsen the situation, they are making use of lead acid batteries. And then poor operation and maintenance, bed droppings, pulling effects on panel, and then reducing their efficiency. Lack of energy efficiency protocol. In the laboratories, you have protocols, but when it comes to energy, people don't want to adhere to protocols. You have to adhere to protocols. And then vandalism. Okay? So what are the lessons that we can pick up from all these that I've been saying? Some people will come and tell you, okay, this is this, this is that, but this is what I have to say. Proper sizing is key. And how do you get it right? It starts from energy audit. So anyone coming to you talking about solar system installation, the first thing is energy audit. If he's not telling you about energy audit, then he is wrong. An integrated solution is the best. You know, we have, the solution that I bring it to you should be a hybrid solution that is capable of taking into consideration the PV, the grid, and your generating set as well. So that at any point in time, the hospital is covered in terms of energy. Then training local technician is necessary, very necessary. A little issue can just come up that somebody that knows the system will just touch a button and all the issues will be resolved, and then there's none that has that knowledge. So we carry out that training for the maintenance officers of the hospital. Of course, behavioral changes. So those are what we talk about. So our recommendations, both solar panels, angles, and orientations are important. The tilt angle is less important and can be ignored in comparison to the orientation of the solar panels. We recommend determining your latitude angle and the optimal orientation for solar panel before installing a solar system at your residence or health facility. Lithium-ion batteries are preferable for hospital than lead acid. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon, as colleagues. Access Bank, thank you very much for what you've done to us in the last 6 months. Next slide. Can you control for me? Okay, so I'll be talking about building the nexus between the health and energy sector. Engineer Haruna has just said what he has done. Of course, in the last 2 years, he has understood the health system. I can speak about renewable energy in context. But what I'm talking about is what we are doing with Access Bank to build the nexus between the energy and the health sector. My name is Dr. Tefa Kene. I'm a consultant public health physician. I'm a medical statistician and a epidemiologist, and a health system development expert. So this is the background. So we know that climate change is one of the major issues. This is the fire in California. Now the impact of the fire has been reduced, but the impact on us as a community, a global community, has never been reduced because we are suffering from the consequences. Now the consequences are many. These guys manage a lot of mental health issues, and of course he may not be available to see everybody. So the next thing that he will want to do is to pull out people from other continents to go. That is one of the pull factors of Japa syndrome. Now we have this. The health sector is both a cause of the problem of climate change and a victim. Why is it a cause? It is estimated the health sector have actually contributed hugely to generating fossil fuels. Now, how many generators do we have in the country? How many generators are we using in our hospitals? There's even no data about that. Of course, nobody has given us any research on how much generators sets are in the hospitals in Nigeria. Now, globally, it's estimated that healthcare facilities contribute to 4.5% of the global net emission. If the health sector was a country, it would have been the fifth contributor to fossil fuels in the country. Fossil fuels consumption is at the heart of healthcare emissions and makes up well over half of the healthcare's climate footprint. Of course, we're also a victim because, one, when this disaster happened because of climate change, we pull out our staff. And of course, what happens? Look at that. If there's any doctor that have not operated with torchlight at some point, it means that the person have not practiced in this country. If there's no doctor that have a procedure that is interrupted by power, that say have not had a procedure interrupted by power, which means the person have not practiced in this country. When there are disasters like this, we also talk about burnout and other things that are related to the disasters. Now, these are the consequences, and I won't want to dwell up much in this. Let's move on this. Now, energy challenge of healthcare facilities. It is estimated that 1 billion people around the world are served by facilities that have little or no energy at all, and this is documented. Now, we know that the situation is worse in Africa, but also know that energy is required for every service that we provide in the hospital. So, of course, we've heard about the crisis in the health sector regarding energy and the demonstrations that happened all the time and are becoming regular entities of teaching hospitals. The solar solutions are straightforward, solar interventions are straightforward. The engineer have just talked about it. I won't dwell on that. Of course, but it's estimated that, one, whatever we do now, if there's no shift from where we are now to where we want to be, then there will be problems. At this conference 2 years ago, it was recommended that there should be a shift of subsidies from fossil fuel to renewable energy. Nigeria has an experience of that shift, and we're still suffering from it. So what have we done in the last 3 or 4 years? We've created awareness at different opportunities. There was the National Council on Health. We exhibited at the National Council on Health in Ekiti, where we had these exhibitions talking about the doctors and the healthcare system getting interested in climate change, but specifically the interventions that are required to address some of these issues. Now that is our exhibition there. That is the Minister of Health at our booth. Of course, the person there is myself. We presented at MDCAN opportunities, NEC meetings, and I was the National President of MDCAN. Last year, by this time, we were in Abeokuta talking to medical directors of teaching hospitals, educating them. That's a typical lithium-ion battery there. It's on stage there. You may think there is an AC. We've done tertiary facilities, stakeholders engagement. Engineer Haruna have talked about the system, how it works. He presented this. So when you talk looking at failure factors, these are the failure factors, the cause of failures of systems. Now he talked about the difference between lithium-ion battery and lead acid. For hospital project, even if someone gives you lead acid for free, don't collect it, because the implication is huge. In fact, we have documented our experience in a description, in a pattern on the sheets. Later in the day, we'll send it to the organizers to share on the platform for people to look at. But these are some of the issues. He talked about depth of discharge. Lithium-ion battery, the depth of discharge is 50%. I mean, lead acid battery, the depth of discharge is 50%. That of lithium is 90% and can be 95%. Lead acid problems in hospitals. Nigeria faces challenges with recycling infrastructure. Because it's acidic, we can even cause environmental problems by using them. Because when they spoil, what do you do with them? How do you dispose of them? These are environmental health issues that hospitals will cause when they're using lead acid batteries. And there's a concept called temperature runaway. Yes, there's a concept called thermal runaway. Thermal runaway is simply a situation where one lead acid battery, once it is damaged, it infects the others and temperatures start going up. And of course, within 6 months, the battery died. If you carry your system that is lead acid battery and put under the staircase, what you are simply doing is that the heat that is generating, you are asking the heat to go and damage the battery. In 6 months, it's gone. So this is the patterns, and that's how it works. So he talked about that. This is the procedures we follow in our processes of getting our system in place. So partnership with energy sector to learn by doing. When we talk about partnership is not just coming to say, oh, I want to be your partner. But you partner so that if you don't know, you will know. So we partnered with this energy sector first to learn. So we have series of them. Of course, Downers is there, Tempo Energy is there, Olu Energy, Megarove. Of course, now we are partnering with financial institutions because the money is necessary here. So our processes have been intentionally announced at conferences and events, and we've attracted a lot of interest in the work we do in the last 2 years. So what are we doing at Raise for Healthcare? Raise for Healthcare, the slogan is Lighting Hospitals, Saving Lives. And our target is that by 3 years, we have done 1,000 connections. Access Bank has come to our aid, and we're sure that will happen in the next 3 years. We have 2 major projects. One is that, and the other one is the other one. So what is the principle? The principle is simple. It's a simple equation that we talked about. 7 plus 3 equals to 10. What is 7? 7 is ADG number 7, which talk about renewable energy. 3 is about health. So we combine 10, 3 and 7, you get 10. And 10 is what? Reducing inequality. So if you put solar solutions in a primary care facility in a rural community, you have reduced the inequality because that facility can get the same services in terms of vaccination and others for a hospital that's in town that's getting that. This is the principles, this is our thought process, and this is our guiding principle. Well, we commissioned this, MD Khan, he talked about the MD Khan stuff. When we did the installation, the ASO head to the president commissioned that project. We're also saying that with lead-acid batteries, you can have, with lithium-ion batteries, you can have a date of discharge of 95%. So you can actually pump borehole. So instead of saying you are doing motorized borehole, you can actually do what we call a hub and spoke. You situate the system in a particular house, and it powers the other locations with energy to power boreholes. Yes, this is what we're talking about. So it could be a mosque, it could be a church, it could be a school, whatever it is. You situate the renewable energy there while the borehole is being powered. Instead of using just one solution and the outcome is water, here the outcome is both water and light. And that can benefit the community, can benefit the people. So he talked about this, so I don't want to do about this. This is what happens when you are doing design for home. The curve is like that. We are all away from home. The system will generate, and it will store for us. We'll come back in the evening, we'll use it. But when it's hospital, the system changes. We're generating and consuming. So any vendor coming to you and say, oh, I have a prototype design for anything, is lying to you. Because in a hospital, the system is generating and the system is actually consuming at the same time. So they're not the same design. So what is it that we need to do? The starting point for us to build the nexus between the health and energy sector is to befriend the energy sector. But the second point is you befriend the financial institution. So why? Number one challenge is the fact that you have issues about upfront payment for these things. But we're going to share these slides so you can go through them. So financial options. We have several financial options. Personal or one-off cash payment, institutional one-off cash payment, payment plan based on lease to own agreement. That is what Access Bank have decided to choose of all these options. But there's also blended financing, which is grants plus small profit, and there's pay-to-pay financing, which is crowdfunding. We can crowdfund and get resources and install solar. The same way we do Adashi and buy car, we can do Adashi and buy solar and install, and keep running like this until the next person, until everybody gets solar for its own use. So we studied this model. Remember I said medical statistician and epidemiologists, we don't just do things. We studied this model and created a model. Whatever you invest in solar, by the 4th year, your investment is back. What happens later is what? Everything is profit because you're no longer using anything. There's no cost again. And that's what happens. The numbers are there that speaks to itself. So for all sorts of energy, when you get grid today, you're not saying that your grid to stay with you for 10 years. It's for life. But remember that the cost will keep going up. But when you get solar is also what you do for life. Once you finish the payment, what happens next? It's there. And that's why this curve tells you it's called levelized cost of energy. It keeps going down for solar, but for other options, it keeps going up. Yes, last year, Access Bank, I met Greg, and we took this picture. And this is what Greg said. There's entry to every sector. It's obvious that you, Dr. Kene, you are the key to entry to the health sector. There, we are simply talking about what we'll do. We have worked together in the last 6 months to create a product for the health sector in the last 6 months. Access Bank launched that product on Friday. Now, from just taking a picture with him, now we're shaking hands, which means that we have grown the relationship where we are no longer just starting and taking pictures, we're actually shaking hands as partners. So that is the launch on Friday. For some people that thought that I was coming to Abeokuta because I want to beat my friend, Dr. Aphpn. No, I came into Lagos on Friday, had this launch at the 14th floor of Access Bank Tower, and there was no need flying to Abuja again because of cost consideration. So I have to now come to Access Bank. I come to Abeokuta and hide in one room until the conference starts. So that is me there. That is Greg giving a charge. Unfortunately, he's in UK today, but he's listening to us via the link that we have. That is a team. When you talk about building a team, in content creation, in product creation, you don't depend on a vertical team. You depend on a horizontal team, and everybody comes to what you are bringing to a table to provide solution. So that is there. So when people talk about innovation, except you are participating, you don't know. Because in innovation, nothing innovates until you bring diverse teams that have horizontal relationship rather than vertical. That is the truth. So this is the idea. So Greg, over to you, prepare and take your stage. This is the idea. And the idea is that technical know-how and skills minus finance equals to frustration. But you have technical know-how and skills, and this finance add to it pure satisfaction, pure excitement. So what has happened is that we are building the nexus here between the energy and health sector, but Access Bank is sitting there and saying, we have the resources up to billions of naira to roll and roll and roll until we give you the best of situations. Now, most people ask questions. What is the interest rate? Now, what Access Bank have done is that, one, we have reviewed this. Situation being the same. So if your situation is the same, the cost of energy will keep going on. If you are using NEPA, your cost of energy will keep going on. But what we're saying is that whatever cash flow you have equal to that and less to put that down. So this is it. It's not just about this. This is other options about carbon credit and stuff. In conclusion, what do we have? We are saying that Aphpn need to provide leadership for electrification of hospitals, especially primary care facilities, using lithium-ion battery, contributing durability and benefits. Environmental caucus of the association should see productive use of renewable energy as an opportunity to leverage and climate change opportunities that we can now start talking about interventions rather than other things we do. Aphpn should build partnership with relevant institutions, including the Access Bank, to see that they can leverage on these opportunities that are coming. Health sector success will influence the community and other successes that we have. Aphpn will lead advocacy for climate change and pure. We cannot be talking about achieving universal health coverage with hospitals in darkness. It's practically not possible. Until we make sure that hospitals have light, we cannot achieve the results. Standalone solar for productive use with lithium-ion battery is a tool in our hands to improve the functionality of hospitals at all levels. Financing is getting better, and we're getting more options. Access Bank is providing the lease-to-own agreement financing model. These are some of the benefits documented. We know that procurement could be busy and could be easy, and discount could be offered when we have that. On that note, there's always a visionary. There's always someone who thinks outside the box. In fact, some throw away the box so that they can think freely, because they don't need the box to think. So they think freely. This is what has happened, and this is the result we're doing. This baby was born on Sunday, and of course, that surgery was done using solar, and we adopted that baby as our solar baby. This is what happens, some of it. So this is what the CEO of our US African Development Foundation says. The challenges we have, we can address them because we have what it takes to address them. On that note, I want to thank you very much. The work we are doing is for us by us. If you recognize this person that is there, he's not an engineer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think they've made my job a lot easier. Do I have my slide on? Okay, thank you very much. So before the slide comes up, my name is H.S. Onezuko. I'm a senior management staff of Access Bank. I'm a member of a group in the bank called Sustainable Finance Group. So this group was set up in August last year to focus on area of sustainability. So when you talk about green power, solar, renewable energy, recycling, we are there. And the idea is that Access Bank is making an aggressive push within this sector to ensure that we develop the sector. So we're learning with them, they're also learning from us. And that is why you see us here today. So at that collaboration, we were able to come up with a product called Solar for Health. Now, the idea is that no hospital in Nigeria should have blackouts. No hospital in Nigeria should have blackouts. Dr. Kene has done much of the work for me, and basically what he has done is to explain the dynamics. So it's a tripod. So we are at the top, providing the financing. We have the technical engineer that does the audit and all that. Then, of course, the hospitals who consume this. So basically, I'm just going to take us through what Solar for Health is all about. Okay, so this is like defining what the initiative is all about. So what we're trying to do here is to provide financing for hospitals to be able to energize and power the equipment that supports all the activities you do, saving lives and all that. It's very important to us. Okay? Okay, so we provided financing for you to be able to buy solar panel, inverters, batteries. Today, if you have a need for that, you don't have to bring out the money from your pocket. If you go to any of our branches, then you will be able to get the fund you need to be able to provide energy for your hospital 24/7 without any interruption. Now, Dr. Kene has become our ambassador and is one of you. We met in Abuja in September last year when we went for a conference. And we started working on this together, and today is a product that is out there in the market. It was pre-launched on Friday at our head office, and it was part of it. Okay, so these are the features. Basically, is a credit facility that runs for 48 months. That is 4 years. The interest rate is 29% per annum. Now, please, I don't want us to get flustered by the interest rate of 29% per annum. He has done the maths already. So the entry point is the same, but as you go in on renewable energy, your expense goes down. So, and we are trying to help you take care of that first initial outlay that you need to put down to be able to acquire the equipment that you need. All right? So you basically make a 20% contribution, and then we fund the rest, the 80%. And we fund it, you pay it over a 4-year period. You can also sit there and do your own maths, and then you see the savings you're going to make at the long run. Okay. Yeah, I've spoken to this. We have a maximum of 200 million that you can access. So I'm sure whatever size of the hospital you have, with 200 million, you can energize it. Okay? These are the strategic benefits. I don't need to bore you about this. Basically, we're here to support the life savings that you do. Your work and your profession is a very special profession, and we appreciate you. And we are willing and ready to partner with your association and be able to support you in area of financing where you need to energize your hospitals and provide the services that the whole country needs. Thank you very much. I don't know if I still have a small time to take questions. Thank you. Okay, I don't think there's any question for me. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Dr. Akonkyo from Alimosho in Lagos State. I heard you saying something about us not using lead batteries if it's a hospital. I didn't get the reason for that. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Tefa will speak to that. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that question. We've been in the field for the last 2 years, and we've been in hospitals. Lead acid batteries have their problem. As the name implies, they're acids. So the first thing is that when they're in a hospital, imagine a child playing around it and touching the acid. That is one issue. But the main issue is with their technical configuration. One, the depth of discharge for them is 50%. What that means is that whatever capacity you buy, you only get 50% of the discharge out. Now, the second thing is, if you compare that to lithium ion, there is 90% of 95. Why will you go for something that will give you only 50% of its value when you have 95? The third thing is what we call thermal runaway. Thermal runaway is a situation where if one cell get damaged and start generating heat, it becomes infectious to the entire cells panel. Within 6 months, it's gone. If you put a system, sometimes some people make that mistake, thinking that, oh, they will provide protection for their system. What I'm simply doing is that you want the temperature generated by lead acid to be circulating. That system does not last long. Meanwhile, remember, the entry cost to this is usually high. So if a system is going to stay with you for just 3 years, why waste the whole resources on it when you have a system that can stay with you for 15 years, of course, that doesn't have the side effect of this. There's a document that I will share with the organizers, and they will put it on a platform for us to have and go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tefa. Any other question? Okay. Sorry, can somebody give him the mic?
We had the opportunity to ask the question. Okay, since well, I know that Access Bank has branches all over the country. I don't know if our colleague set up, if he has branches all over the country too. So if we want it, do we come to Access Bank and we'll be connected to him, or we get connected to him and he will take us to Access Bank? And the other one, it has to do with, I've used lithium batteries. The thing there is that they discharge and they go dead, which means that you need a CPR. I hope your package also includes a CPR, so that once it discharges to the point that be resuscitated, I hope your package has that.
Thank you very much. So let me take your first question. So apart from Dr. Tefa, we also have other vendors, all right, that we work with. So the reason why we partner with them is because it's part of you. So they spoke about energy audit. Because they understand the equipments and the calibrations, they will be able to do the energy audit better. Okay. However, there are other qualified vendors. Our process is very rigorous to vet and audit to bring a vendor in. So we also have other qualified vendors, and on our website, if you go on our website, you see them. Okay. Yeah. So we can use any of them, any part of the world, any part of Nigeria where you are. Thank you. Then he will respond to the second one about the discharge of the battery.
Sorry, sir, for your experience. I think it's a design error you're having there. And our system comes with battery management system. It has a panel in it that manages all the cells. So if you have that experience, I think from the onset, the design was probably wrong.
Thank you.
We want to appreciate Access Bank for that wonderful presentation. No, here. So while they are taking the group picture, we want to introduce the next plenary session. Plenary session 2. Plenary session 2 will be taken by Aphpn Public Health Initiatives. Aphpn Public Health Initiatives. And to chair this session, I want to invite Professor Vincent Adams, the chair for this session. Please let's welcome him as he comes. And the co-chair for this session is Dr. J. Osei Samuels. Dr. J, please. Yeah, so I will hand over the mic to them so that they will introduce the presenters for this session.
Good afternoon, very senior colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Aphpn plenary session. It will last for 1 hour. But I'd like to invite the speakers. Please, Mrs. Oluwaseun Akemulero, please come out. Please clap for her as she comes out. Dr. Kehinde Balogun. And the panelists include the following: Dr. Adebi Oluwapelumi, Mr. Ado Abubakar, Dr. Olaposi Olatoregun, Dr. Said Akimbawale, sorry, organizers, I don't know, we need more seats. Please, we need more seats. We need more seats, please. Anyway, as a quick one, so the title of the session is Collaborating to Build Local Capacity for Integrated Disease Surveillance in Nigeria, Opportunities and Challenges. However, before we do that, we just want to do a little background. Disease outbreaks and other public health emergencies are often unpredictable and require a range of rapid intervention of response activities. As a measure to curtail these public health risks and emergencies, the IHR, which is the International Health Regulations of 2005, required that member states develop, strengthen, and maintain their local capacity for integrated disease surveillance for early identification, notification, reporting, and control of diseases of public health emergency of international concern. This approach combines human, animal, and environmental health monitoring to detect and respond to health threats and recognize that disease control often requires the collaboration of various stakeholders to strengthen local capacity for mitigation, preparedness, and response. The Nigerian government in the past and many international organizations have initiated interventions aimed at building local systems for integrated disease response. Such interventions are targeted at different arms of the health sector, ranging from investing in laboratory infrastructure, training epidemiologists, for example, through the FELTP program, setting up coordination centers at national and subnational units, and revitalizing community structures for integrated disease surveillance. Majority of these innovations are driven by international bodies with little input from local entities. There is a need to build local indigenous institutions and a workforce to champion integrated disease surveillance and One Health in country. So this session would provide an opportunity for discussants to critically analyze some of the past interventions and itemize inherent opportunities that could be leveraged by the consortium of the academic and public health implementing institutions to build local capacity in the country. But before we continue, we're going to have two lectures. The first one is titled Leveraging PEPFAR Investment for Integrated Disease Surveillance, Aphpn's Experience, to be presented by Aphpn Laboratory Team, Mrs. Oluwaseun Akimulero. So, yes, please. Thank you. Please, let's clap for her.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluwaseun Akimulero. I'm here representing the Laboratory Directorate of Aphpn Public Health Initiative, and I bring you greetings from our CEO, Dr. Prosper Okonkwo. I also want to thank the local organizing committee. This is very personal for me. Abeokuta is my land of birth, and I have so many stories. I was the first biggest baby ever born in Sacred Atlantoro. My mom had me at 5.05 kg. So yes, I want to thank you for, giving us the privilege and this platform to share our experience on leveraging PEPFAR's investment for integrated disease surveillance. Now, this is the background. The investment of PEPFAR in Nigeria through funding, technical assistance, and from the U.S. Center for Disease Control has greatly strengthened our country's capacity for serosurveillance. It's worthy to note that Nigeria's disease surveillance capability significantly received a boost by leveraging on the multiplex bead assay technology. The MBA technology is quite helpful as an integrated serosurveillance platform, and this is because it can test for multiple analytes simultaneously, and it has advantages such as cost, low cost, of course with time, over single analyte immunoassays. The technology has helped our country to overcome the concerns of cross-reactivity with SARS-CoV-2 assay, and also the MBA laboratory that is located at the National Reference Lab in Abuja, supported by Aphpn, has also helped our country to develop very accurate estimates of SARS-CoV-2 prevalence to track COVID-19 pandemic. It is? Okay, they're going to fix the battery, so just 1 second.
Please, you can come and have this.
Okay, thank you. So the Nigeria AIDS Indicator and Impact Survey, the survey was conducted in 2018 as a national population-based household survey, and it estimated the national HIV prevalence and incidence, as well as the viral load suppression. Over 225,000 participants within the ages of 0 to 64 years were tested. Samples were gotten from them, and across the 97,250 households in 37 states in Nigeria, in the 6 geopolitical zones, and then we had 3,848 enumeration area. Now this picture right here the up one, shows the purpose-built NCDC Biorepository Center that is also supported by Aphpn through the investment of PEFA. And this Biorepository Lab currently stores over 1 million specimens, both in plasma and dry blood spot sample type. While the NICE survey went on, of course, consent was gotten from all the participants for storage and also for future testing. So we have the samples stored in the biorepository of the NCDC in Abuja. And I'd like to say that the biorepository has over 50 minus 80 freezers to store samples. The 2018 NICE survey provided the baseline samples for the Nigeria Multi-Disease Serologic Surveillance Project, the NMS4. The main goal of the NMS4 was to augment the national disease surveillance by supporting the government of Nigeria to conduct serologic surveillance, and this was to better understand the disease epidemiology and also to address the key knowledge gaps regarding the risk, the burden of malaria, vaccine-preventable diseases, neglected tropical diseases, and of course, other diseases of public health importance. For this project, a total of 130,000 dry blood spot specimens were tested over a period of 3 years in 3 different tranches. The table you see right here shows the NMS4 NBA panel, which focused on 37 different antigens, including 15 infectious diseases and 4 vaccine-preventable diseases. For the first tranche, we had a sample size of 42,000, and all the samples came from both children 0 to 14 years, which was about 32,000, and women of reproductive age, about 10,000, making a total of 42,000 for the tranche 1. And it's nice to say that the data, the children from the results tested, the children actually informed strategic planning for immunization campaign in our country. Now for the second tranche, this focused on working age population between ages 15 to 64. It was 51,000 samples from the PMI states, that's the President Malaria Initiative states in Nigeria. There were 11, so those were the states that were focused in the second tranche. Now for the third one, the population was the adult HIV positive and the adult HIV negative population. It was 37,000, and this has also been completed as well. I'd like to say that the NMS4 final data sets and the data analysis have been completed, and the data is available for public health decisions. Now, moving on, following the pandemic that happened in country, and having this investment already in the National Reference Lab, we also leveraged on the NMS4 investments for COVID-19 sero surveys. The first was the ANC SARS-CoV-2 surveillance, which was basically to determine the C19 seroprevalence from women that were attending antenatal for their first ANC visit as an easy access population for routine monitoring in Nigeria. The sample size for this survey was 15,000, and the sample type was the dry blood spot. And of course, the data has also been analyzed and available. The second was the remnant viral load SARS-CoV-2 surveillance, which basically assess the prevalence of SARS-CoV-2 and other diseases of public health importance among the people living with HIV, among the population in selected states in Nigeria. And for this, the sample type was plasma, and the sample size was 47,800. The third C19 survey was to assess the knowledge, the attitude, and practice towards C19 among medical lab personnel and other healthcare workers in Nigeria. And the picture right here, the upper one, shows the kind of equipment that we have in the MBA laboratory, and down here is the picture of the MBA laboratory in Abuja. And it's nice to say that this is the only lab in West Africa that have this highest number of MacPix machine. Now, beyond the MBA platform, of course, we also have molecular diagnostic platforms across all our Aphpn supported labs, and this table shows their distribution. We have 4 PCR labs, one located in Gaduwa, Abuja, the National Reference Lab, the second one in FMC Makurdi in Benue, OAUTHC Ile-Ife, and the fourth being Jude in Plateau State. These are the descriptions of the different platforms and units, but basically, for the first 3, the Cepheid Gene Expert Machine basically is dedicated for EID testing. But for Jude, the Cepheid Gene Expert Machine is actually used for both the TB and the EID testing. The Roach, the Abbott, the Panther, Ology, they are all for viral load testing. Now, I just thought to put this slide just to show the efforts in terms of the testing, the contribution of the testing of all these different supported labs of Aphpn. Right here, we're just looking at this period between October 2023 and September 2024. And under this period of review, you can see right here that the gene expert testing contribution for EID from our supported lab, in the case of FMC Makurdi, we have about 21%, NRL Gaduwa 15%, and other Aphpn supported facilities contributed about 61%. On my left side, we have the viral load testing contribution, and we can see that in the total country, all our Aphpn supported labs are contributing up to 27%. Now, I thought to highlight some of the benefits of MBA across public health programs. The first being that public health programs can actually leverage on this data to identify changes in the epidemiology of diseases over time, as well as use it to monitor antibody levels in the population and assess recent infection. It's nice to say that the MBA panel developed by the US Center for Disease Control have been successfully transferred to laboratories in multiple countries, Nigeria being one of them, and this has resulted in substantial public health impacts. Additionally, these results that are generated have also been used to help change global vaccination policies, also to identify immunity gaps for targeted interventions, and also to support validation of disease epidemiology elimination. There's also the benefits in that it can assessment of intervention effectiveness, guidance for evidence-based policy and strategy, verification of disease control and elimination goal, and also to provide cross-cutting opportunities for partnership and cost savings across organizational structures. There's also the benefit in terms of increased feasibility of use in developing countries and addressing needs of traditionally neglected orphan disease program. Now, what are the next steps? Basically, the next step is to make the MBA NRL lab a hub for Africa, where we would have serological-based integrated disease surveillance happen. I'd like to thank all our collaborators listed here. Thank you very much.
Please clap for, come and sit there. Please clap for her. So I'd like to call on the next speaker in the person of Dr. Kehinde Balogun to present innovations on setting up data structures through systems for integrated disease surveillance.
integrated disease surveillance. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here to present this next session. Before the slide deck comes up, or while we are waiting, I think most people who have been up here have sort of said their connection to Ogun State, and I'm happy to be back in Ogun State after a couple of years. I was here some years ago for my internship, and coming around yesterday, I couldn't believe how much of the town has changed, and at the moment, I'm still trying to recognize the town. I plan to take a walk around the city in the next couple of days to see how much of the town I'm able to recognize. I want to say kudos to the leadership of the state. All right, my name is Dr. Kehinde Balogun. I work for Aphpn Public Health Initiatives on the Phase 3 project as the Director for Data Management and Analytics. All right, so given the time we have for this session, it's going to be introductory. And we're going to talk about integrated disease surveillance. And we'll be looking at it from a data system perspective, the structures, the innovations, using this outline. So I wouldn't say much has changed regarding integrated disease surveillance, at least not in terms of the definition. But in the last couple of years, especially in the recent times, a lot has changed about how we are able to do integrated disease surveillance. And I'm pretty sure much of it will be of interest to the persons in the conference here because of how the data system is what's now so different that allows us to do the integrated disease surveillance in a different way. As a way of just, helping maybe one or two of us who might not be very familiar with the concept, is really about how do we monitor different diseases through individual unique system, as well as use different systems to monitor individual and multiple diseases. So how do we integrate the disease monitoring or the disease surveillance using one system and using different systems? The last speaker spoke about a laboratory approach to do this. The other thing to keep in mind is that the structures are not limited to what happens in our hospitals. Integrated disease surveillance include taking data from the lab, taking data from schools. Many of us, I want to assume that if we need to do a sample of many of us who are here, probably more than 50 of us are wearing smartwatches, which sort of a data source for integrated disease surveillance. And we'll look at that just in a little while. Before I proceed, I'd like to, ask a rhetorical question. I know many of us are interested in data system and in data collection in academia. So a rhetoric to everyone. Supposing you have interest in doing a study that looks at PLHIVs, NCDs, and comorbidities. Question one, a rhetoric. What data sources would you use? How would you collect your data? And then a follow-up. How long will it take for you to collect that data? And then the third part. How large is the data you'd be able to collect within that time frame? So you want to do PLHIV, comorbidities in Ogun State. Let's think about that. Let's proceed. Now, the thing about the integrated disease surveillance data system is that sometimes they are siloed, like the image on the top that we have there, but it's about bringing about the different systems, connecting them together, and being able to use them in a way that, helps the system better. And like I said, this is the era where we are now, where we are able to step a bit away from the isolated and fragmented systems that are sometimes primarily designed to track and monitor a disease, to something that can do holistic integration, taking data from everywhere. So earlier I said something about what the data system looks like, or rather what the surveillance system looks like. So first, it involves taking data from different levels, different sources, and we need to think beyond, disease surveillance from labs and hospitals alone. It includes data from social media reports, environmental stats data, and a whole lot. And then bringing all of that data. So as we work in our different workplaces, in our homes, all of the data comes to some sort of system that is able to store and aggregate that data together. And then it's connected to some sort of access, how we're able to access the data, and then how we're able to use that data to inform whatever it is we are doing. Keep in mind, the idea in this case is for the purpose of integrated disease surveillance. So very importantly is this reminder that the data for integrated disease surveillance is everywhere. It's in the hospitals, it's in the schools, it's in the surveys that we carry out, it's on social media, it is with the veterinary people. All of this data are able to tell us one way or the other, by connecting them together, what outbreak we're likely going to have. There's a relationship between the weather, the season, the temperatures, and the diseases that plagues even the movement migration patterns. And like I said, we're able to bring all of this together in ways we couldn't do before, which is the innovation that's happened in this period that we are in. Something is supposed to show here, but I'm not sure why it's not showing. Now, I am not here to tell us about what is sort of like the future or what we should be doing without telling us what we already have in place. And we have infrastructure to do this. I'm hoping that, this next slide will cover it a bit. So at the moment, we are at a place as a country where we have that sort of infrastructure that allows us to do integrated disease surveillance. We have electronic systems in different places. Like I said, many of our hospitals have electronic health records. We have electronic documentation in many of our schools. We have different departments and ministries bringing out data. But also importantly is the cloud-based systems that we now have for data storage. And we'll be looking at one typical example, kind of like a success story shortly. And then we're able to link all of this to data use. Okay. We mostly already know what we stand to benefit from the integrated disease surveillance system, and I would not want to waste our time in terms of looking at what the gains are. We all understand that by being able to integrate disease surveillance, we're able to recognize outbreak faster, we're able to lower death rates, and we're able to use our resources better. For example, we easily can imagine slashing Lassa fever response time from weeks to days, or reducing the time lag between HIV infection and commencement of ARVs. We all know that we are in the season where we are looking at HIV epidemic control, and we are nearing that point where we achieve the epidemic control. What is important is being able to recognize the new infections and commencing them on antiretroviral treatment before any further spread. So with the time left, I'm going to spend it on looking at the success story, the National Data Repository Platform. So the National Data Repository, or the NDR for short, is a large database system for public health data in country. I'm not sure how many of us are aware, but it's a data system for public health data. While at the moment, it contains about maybe 80 or 90% HIV data. Its design is to house the entire data system. And what it does is that if we look at the top, it has connection to data sources. And these
Dr.
are
Balogu, please round up so that we can have the panel discussion. Thank you.
All right, sir. So what we have at the top are the data sources that feed into the NDR, and what we have at the bottom are sort of like the data use. And I'd like to highlight for our purpose two of the data use platform: the NDR Analytic Workspace, which is a workspace that is designed for users to curate data by themselves, and also the NDR Analytic Database. The NDR Analytic Database serves the researchers to help you to go to these platforms and request data sets. So instead of doing your study and limited to only your health facilities, or only limited to the areas under your influence, you can scale up your study to the national data set by going to the NDR Analytic Database and requesting large data that you could use for your study, and it will be more generalizable. We will share the resources to these platforms shortly. And these are the conclusions for the presentation. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for him. Please come sit down here. Can we have the other panelists, please? Mr. Ado Abubakar, please come to the podium. Okay, Kende is already here. Dr. Saeed Akibawale, please come sit down. So for the panel discussion, the title is Strengthening Integrated Disease Surveillance in Nigeria. You're most welcome. Please sit down. So, thank you for the two lectures. So let's go into the panel discussion. We have less than 30 minutes to round up this session. Dr. Oluwapelumi Adebi, I'd like to start with you, if you don't mind. With your expertise in epidemiology and surveillance, how would you assess Nigeria's progress in implementing integrated disease surveillance?
Thank you very much, the chair. I have been involved with disease surveillance for a very long time. And I've been involved with the IDSR since it was introduced in Nigeria. And I will say that we've come very far. I could remember that the first assessment of the implementation of IDSR that we did for nationally for Nigeria actually identified the gaps that related to ownership. That the disease surveillance and response in Nigeria then were largely tilted towards external, leadership, and that Nigeria states have not been able to have this ownership approach, and that informed the redrafting of the IDSR policy then to make it more functional. We'd also relied on indicator-based surveillance for a very long time. But we've also come a long way in the sense that now we have both indicator and event-based surveillance, which allows us to have a complete, monitoring and watching over many of the events that may constitute a threat to human beings. Now again, we've come up with the One Health strategy, the One Health approach, which has also helped to onboard the different aspects of surveillance that are important for for mankind, for us to be able to ensure that we have national health security. Having said that, there is still a few areas that we may not have done too well. Most especially the issue of community-based surveillance, the community aspect of it. All assessments have shown that we're lagging behind, and there is a need for us to do something about that. The laboratory support for surveillance, we've also been remarkably doing quite well, but the networking of the laboratories, I believe, is still ongoing, needs to be completed, so that it can also have real time and it can provide that adequate support for surveillance at level. Completeness is still not there. If you look at the reports, you see that most states are reporting completeness of data and what have you, but that may be a deceptive data reporting, because the private health facilities are still left behind. And because the private health facilities are still left behind, we cannot say that we have a complete surveillance system if they are not onboarded. The issue of having focal health facilities, for me, is a wrong approach to epidemiology. Because those health facilities that are targeted, that are not labeled as focal health facilities, something might creep in from there. So if we report only focal health facilities and use it as a denominator for our completeness indicator, that would not be right. But that's currently what's happening across the states. So thank you.
So a quick one. So what are the low-hanging opportunities that we have to leverage on in order to strengthen surveillance efforts as a country? Quickly, so that we'll go to the next panelist. Thank you.
So the Nigerian system as structured places the major coordinating for IDSR at the local government level. The MPHCDA status also makes it a statutory responsibility of the medical officer of health to be in charge of that. But what we find is that the NCDC and MPHCDA need to talk together so that there is no duplication of efforts. There is a statutory function of the medical officer of health. So medical officer of health must be in every LGA like the APHN is talking about. The MPHCDA and the NCDC need to sit at the same table, provide resources, a margin of their resources, so that they can address that subnational level of disease surveillance and response. That, to me, will be the major thing that needs to happen for us to achieve, national health security.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Dr. J.O.C. Samuels to ask the next question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, Dr. Adobaka, in recent years, how has Aphpn leveraged its laboratory infrastructure to enhance integrated disease surveillance in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, sir, for this important question. From the presentation made by my colleague earlier, you can see that a lot of laboratory investment has been made in the past 3 decades through the viral load technology, the early infant diagnosis technology, the multiplex assay technology, which I will come back to, then also the gene expert. All these have been able to help in early detection, precise and accurate detection within the laboratory of various pathogens. And in recent time, the multiplex assay that has capacity of picking up to 50 different pathogens in just 5 microliters of blood has quite been very helpful in integrated disease surveillance. And this has really helped Nigeria. For instance, if I would be specific, like in the recent malaria studies done using some of this technology. Some phenomena have already been found out, like the histidine-rich protein 2 deletion, which we didn't realize. And that's when you use rapid test kit, you run an assay, it will turn out to be negative, but under the microscope you see a lot of malarial parasites. It's because of a genetic mutation that will not allow you to pick histidine-rich protein 2. But like the multiplex bead assay has addition of P. aldolase, LDH, which you can pick malaria. So that's really a good food for thought for Nigeria. One other area that we're able to indicate a need for more studies, for instance, trachoma among children under 5 years in Nigeria. We're able to do geospatial mapping to get specific areas which other partners outside Aphpn have already gone to do more study and are getting something very valuable. During the COVID-19, our study among people living with HIV/AIDS to detect COVID-19, we're able to see a prevalence of 21 to 74% among this group. So really the investment is worth it, and if Nigeria is able to build more on it, more of sustainability, then a lot can be achieved for public health decision making in the country. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing those experiences. But are there challenges, key challenges, and if there are other potential partnerships or cross-sector collaboration that will further amplify to enhance this?
Yeah, sure. Key challenges are not far-fetched from the fact that most of the high-tech are donor-driven, and we really need the government of Nigeria to be on the driver's seat for sustainability. And like a colleague just mentioned, when we are looking at faith-based facilities, government facilities, bulk of the patients, that you really get more data, go to the private laboratories, the patent medicine stores, and all those. So really going down to have an integration. We are looking at things happening at the Nigerian Centers for Disease Control. Meanwhile, at the peripheral, going to the primary level, so many things are happening which we are missing out. So that's a big challenge that we really need to work on. Then most of the reagents that we use are imported. So one big challenge for Nigeria is to look towards manufacturing of these reagents locally. Then we have limited of service engineers on some of this high-tech equipment. So there's also need for capacity building of our local vendors so that we don't have to fly someone from South Africa or Kenya or USA to come and maintain our equipment. So we need to really empower our own capacity within. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those insights.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Olaposi Olatoregu, if I may ask, how has Aphpn's data infrastructure contributed to strengthening integrated disease surveillance in the country? Just note, let us talk about the critical gaps in data collection, management, and interoperability with national surveillance system.
Okay. So thank you for that question. So Aphpn has been at the forefront of health information systems for the last couple of years. In fact, from inception, Aphpn has been one of the first NGOs that started using electronic medical records for more than 10 years. In fact, there was a point where there was a fire incident in Lutz, that it was because we had a medical record system on stage. That was why services were able to continue. And in the last couple of years, we got a grant, a CDC-funded grant called the 5G project, which my colleague talked about earlier. And that project manages what we call the National Data Repository. And the National Data Repository contains data of more than 2 million patients that are living with HIV in the country. And the way that system works is that so data from all of the facilities that implement the HIV/AIDS program, they are sent to the NDR on a daily basis. So The NDR has almost near real-time data. People upload almost on a daily basis. And this has given us so the good thing with secondary data is that when you have secondary data, secondary data, you can do quite a lot of things with secondary level data. So based on that, we work with the government of Nigeria and other stakeholders to do what we call recency surveillance, to be able to identify of the PLHIVs, how many of them are recent cases. We're able to do what we call mortality surveillance. We're able to do case-based surveillance for the HIV system. And this platform is such a platform that you can it's actually very scalable. It can, right now it only does mostly HIV data, but it can do much, much more than that. And we all know about the recent National Digital Health Initiative of the minister. So it's such a platform that the minister has actually talked about. And the good thing is that we already have capacity in this country. We were talking about if right now you can able to get data from almost 2,000 facilities to the National Data Repository. So what we need for integrated disease surveillance is like such a platform, a data warehouse where anybody that is doing that research or in the public health space or anybody from our academia can just go to a website and be able to access all of that data set. So which is what we currently are. If we can leverage on that, we can really move integrated disease surveillance forward. One of the key things with that is, around that is integration and interoperability. And we already have the capacity for that. And if we're able to leverage on that, we can move the disease surveillance forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cham. So we switch over to state experience now. So I'll be talking Dr. Said Akimbawale. So I want to ask you, what past initiatives have been implemented to build community-based capacity for integrated disease surveillance in Nigeria?
Thank you for that question. If you have to share the Ogun State experience regarding the past initiative we have instituted in Ogun State, the first initiative is taking ownership of surveillance. It's very important because what we observe is that from the national level, from our partners, they bring policies, guidelines, and these are usually generic. It doesn't usually fit local content. So the first step is for the state to first take ownership and modify it to suit our local content. And that said, taking ownership also involves the state leadership, taking surveillance as our primary responsibility. The state leadership also took responsibility for surveillance, and we lead when it has to do with surveillance activity. And part of what we're able to do by taking ownership of surveillance is decentralizing surveillance, which is the way to go. It takes us back to the root, which is the primary health care. Surveillance is actually at the community level, at the primary health care level. And the job of we that we are at the state level is to coordinate. So at the level of the state, by taking ownership, we build the capacity of the LGA team. And part of what we can say as part of our progress in Ogun State is today, all the 20 LGAs in Ogun State are supervised by a health secretary, a medical doctor. Also, our DSNO, all the 20 DSNOs are nurses. So that is part of the leadership commitment by putting the right peg in the right hole. We build the capacity, we selected the right people to handle surveillance, we train them, build their capacity, we empower them to carry out this duty. So that said, I will also follow up with what Dr. Adebi said. In Ogun State, we have recognized that gap, that focus site, surveillance site is not representative of the community. We have taken that initiative in Ogun State to work with the private health facility. And as I speak today, most of the primary registered private health facility are in our surveillance loop. As part of our empowerment of our DSNOs, we have empowered the local government to take control of surveillance, and by doing that, our DSNOs have a pool of all facilities within their geographic area, inclusive of private health facility. So that said, multi-sectorial collaboration is part of what we have done. And lastly, I would say accountability is also very important because we have partners who have put resources into surveillance. Being accountable for the resources invested into surveillance also builds confidence to get further support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what social, cultural, or okay.
Sorry, we would have loved to continue with this question, but let's give room for question and answer. If you have any question, could you please indicate by raising up your hand? Maybe a maximum of 2 questions, if we don't mind. Do we have questions? So we take it as all what we've said is clear, or is it that we have spent much time? Well, it's okay. So a quick one, and I'm asking, just in one sentence, just give us concrete action with respect to priority that will foster multi-sectoral collaboration for integrated disease surveillance. I'll start with you, Oluwagbolu.
Well, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, National Centers for Disease Control, as well as the National Primary Health Care Development Agency, needs to sit at the same table.
So I think we need to have like a data system that's not just for the integrated data system. One system that can contain data for all of the program areas, not just HIV, surveillance, HIV, a one-stop. So if I go to a platform that everybody can view all of the data regarding surveillance.
I think all the relevant stakeholders should be talking to one another, and there should be an integrated communication system like the data analytic dashboard, whether from the lab, from the field, from the facility. People should be talking to one another in real time, and this also includes logistic management. Thank you.
So I will just toe the line. I think one of the important things we need to do at the state level is to have state-specific policies to guide how these agencies involved in air security work together. Usually, most of those things, we just do it out of following national guideline. NCDC is doing this, MPACDA, then by default, the state is supposed to do. At the level of the state, the stakeholders at the state should not inherit the politics at the national level. Regarding NCDC, National Primary Health Care, FMOH, at the state level, we can sit together and clearly designate, okay, irrespective of what is happening there, at the level of this state, this is how we want to operate peacefully such that everybody knows his role and there's no crossing of line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In 1 hour, we've succeeded in talking about collaborating to build local capacity for integrated disease surveillance in Nigeria, opportunities and challenges. And our panelists from the academia, also from the Laboratory Directorate of Aphpn, from PHIS 3 and State Epidemiologist Ogun State, they've been able to talk about existing infrastructure opportunities to leverage to build local capacity for integrated disease surveillance in Nigeria. They've also been able to talk about available funding opportunities, both within and outside the country, to build this capacity, and also mention the existing community surveillance structures in the country and how we can map local stakeholders for capacity building, and finally, how we can foster collaboration between partners such as academia, government, and public health implementing institutions like Aphpn. I'd like to thank you all, Mrs. Akimulero, Dr. Balogun, Dr. Adebi, Dr. Abubakar, Mr. Abubakar, Dr. Olakosi, and Dr. Sahib Akim Bawale, and of course, Dr. J. O.C. Samuel, my co-chair. With that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. So let's go for photograph, please. Thank you.
We want to thank Aphpn Public Health Initiative for that wonderful presentation. One of our sub-teams for this conference has to do with prevention and control of substance use among young persons. That is one of our sub-teams for this conference. So we are going to take that presentation now. And after the presentation, we'll break out for our last parallel session of scientific conference for today. I want to appreciate everyone for your patience. We want to invite Dr. Obatomi Alalade, who will be standing in for Dr. Mrs. Jumoke Koyejo. Dr. Alalade is a consultant at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital at Yaba, Lagos. So he'll be taking us through substance prevention and control of substance use among young persons. Please, let's make him welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, why he's, we are going to have a breakout session after this for our last scientific conference. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. Congratulations to the Association of Public Health Physicians of Nigeria on the scientific conference. I'm Dr. Obatomi Alalade. I bring you greetings from the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, Lagos, popularly called Yaba Left. I'm a consultant psychiatrist there, and I'm standing in for my teacher, Dr. Koyejo, and I'll be talking about the prevention and control of substance use among young persons. Definitely, this is quite an important topic, and I'll try to do justice within the next 30 minutes. So I'll follow this outline, and let's start with these examples. 26-year-old male patient expelled at the first semester final year after 6 years from a private university because he tested positive to marijuana. Marijuana and condoms were found in his room. When asked what lessons he had learned from it, he said, "Smoke na cruise. Life is reality. Now I know the reality." There was another example of a 24-year-old female patient who attended a private university and became psychotic due to the use of marijuana. Although she managed to graduate, she could not function because the psychosis was not totally resolving. And when asked if she was able to reverse time, would she still smoke? She looked at me and smiled. She said, "Doctor, I will never. The price far outweighs the temporary benefit." The above two, or the two things I just said, are examples of some of the clients we see a lot from universities, private universities, and these are some of the experiences of some of them. But then this lecture is about to let us know how can we prevent it among young persons and what can we do. The ingenuity of the Nigerian youths have gone beyond imagination. What we see, what we hear, the experiences we see is just so wild. There are several newspapers, social media, and eyewitness accounts of use of different known and unknown substances of drug abuse in Nigeria, and these substances cross across age, religion, gender, or region. The known and unknown complications of their use are seen day to day in our clinical practice. What exactly do we say is a substance use disorder? Substance use disorder, according to the International Classification of Diseases, defines substance use disorder as chronic and long-standing. It's relapsing, reoccurring brain disease that affects the mood, the thought, sensory perception, behavior, and consciousness. Now, it's chronic and it's long-standing. We define addiction as a brain disease. And so it's not just something that, oh, it will go, or right, or just change. It's a brain disease, and once a client gets to the period of addiction is something that has to be managed very seriously. Now, what are these substances or drug abuse, if we would describe them? They are pleasure giving, right? They give a desired effect. So there's nobody you ask to say, why are you smoking marijuana? Why are you taking crack? Why are you on heroin? They always tell you what they gain from it or what the benefits they are seeing. It's a easy habit forming. Once it starts, because of the addictive value, it's something continuous, right? It works primarily on the brain, alters the functioning, and results in temporary alteration of mood, sensation, or consciousness. There's still a client I admitted just 2 days ago and was telling me why he takes marijuana. He said once he takes marijuana, it helps him to be able to predict things more clearly. And he gave examples of, for those who do Premiership football and do this fantasy Premier League, he said once he smokes, he can predict correctly who to use as his captain, vice captain, how many goals they will score, and it's most likely going to happen. And so he enjoys that feeling when he takes marijuana. Now, it alters the mood, it alters the sensation, and then it gives them that feeling. Eventually, it becomes the central point of the user's life. What exactly does it do, right? Addiction gets the brain rewired. It just changes the functioning of the brain. It affects different neurotransmitters and then leads to a rewiring of the brain. Now, well, it's definitely of public health importance. It has become a very serious problem now. In 2018, UNODC published a detailed epidemiology of psychoactive substance use in Nigeria. There is nowhere you can find it. Someone brought a sister all the way from Imo State to Lagos because she was really dependent on psychoactive substances. This girl has never been to Lagos, and within 3 hours of getting to Lagos, the sister came back home and met her smoking. And she didn't bring it from Imo, but she was able to locate it. So it's everywhere. It's a problem now among young persons, and we need to do something about it. Now let's look at the prevalence very fast. Past year prevalence of psychoactive substances amongst the age of 15 to 65, we got it at 14.4%, and the highest use was amongst those within the age of 25 to 39. Use of some of these substances was greater in the south than in the north, and 25% of substance use are females. Lagos State had the highest prevalence of 33%, by Oyo State with a prevalence of 23%. These subsequent ones just show breakdown per region of the Federation: Southeast, Southwest, South-South, and also the northern areas, mentioning some particular states of the prevalence of this psychoactive substance use. According to Adamson et al., one of the founders in mental health substance use, this is the pattern of substance use in Nigeria. Alcohol definitely still is the highest. Alcohol is a substance, and that's the highest in terms of lifetime use. We can see cannabis at 6.6%. Cigarette follows alcohol, not very closely, but follows alcohol. So these are other psychoactive substances, hallucinogens, amphetamines, ecstasy, and all these have street names based on our relationship with different clients. And the more we see them, the more we learn different things. You know, for instance, marijuana, SK, Arizona, Loud, Colos, you just have different names that you keep learning as you meet different clients what is being called on the street. Now, who takes these substances? Everybody, cuts across 8 groups, right? Males, females. This example of someone who definitely, after intoxicated by a substance, is lying on the floor. Apart from that, sorry, it was just a mini video, right? The use of substances was known to be among late teens. However, right now it cuts across all age groups. Even some people just with a small child, like the video that is playing, just put it there and then just start taking the psychoactive substances. Now, religion is not a barrier, right? Shisha, every one of it is present right now. So it's not a barrier to actually taking these psychoactive substances is present and is there, right? Even motherhood cannot stop them, right? Some of them, despite having their children and everything, just still involved with the use of psychoactive substances. Yes, even undergraduates at some point during Unilag's admission, right, according to Point newspaper, from the test they did, they saw about 100 students who were dependent or who were positive for some of the psychoactive substances that were tested. Now, elderly, once they are inside of it, some of them will just tell you, one thing will kill a man. I'm already 60 years old. I can't stop, right? So let me just continue till death. I'm already inside of this and I'm deeply involved in the substance use. So that's like a mini video of the elderly. Like I said, what's the summary of it? It rewires the brain. And once there's an addiction, there's a dependence, the person just wants to keep using it because there's a change in the way the brain now operates or the brain functions. Now, where are these substances of abuse coming from? Some of them are locally grown, right? The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency destroyed a 10-acre Indian hemp farm at Ife South local government area of Osun State. So some of them are locally grown, some of them are even at the back of some houses that are there. NAFDAC reported that 35 containers of tramadol at some point were seized at the port by Nigerian customs. So we see different news on a daily basis of different people that are nabbed or they are picked having bringing or trying to import substances into the country. Now there are different classifications based on if they are licit or illicit, and these are just to show it. Alcohol, tobacco, some prescription drugs considered licit. The illicit ones are the marijuana in different forms, cocaine, crack cocaine, heroin, which are seen as illicit. So these are just what they do to the system. Some are depressants, some are hallucinogens, some are opioids, and some are stimulants, right? Like the amphetamine, crystal meth, ice. All those stimulate them, and then it leads to some. Like I said, they gain something from it by the time you ask them, why are you using this? However, it's just a temporary thing, and overall, it leads to more problems. There are some psychoactive substances that do not really fit into any of those categories, which are these ones like the inhalants, dissociative aesthetics, CAT. And the truth about it is, in Nigeria, we keep discovering new names for different substances because they tell you, oh, this is the new one we are doing right now. This is what is being done. Like in our drug world right now, which we have about 100 clients already on admission, they would lecture you so that before you know it, you feel like you yourself, you're already smoking without smoking, because they'll give you a good lecture of what it is. And definitely with all the attendant problems and millions of naira that has gone into some of these psychoactive substances. So the legality or not of it, which is sometimes a controversy, there are several factors. Politics determine if it is legal or not. For instance, we know in Nigeria as of today, marijuana is illegal. However, it's found everywhere. And then you see some clients who have traveled abroad and will be arguing with you that I'm coming from Canada, I can smoke. Why are you telling me not to take marijuana? And then, so a lot of factors goes into the legality or illegality of these substances. Tradition plays a role. Like for instance, over here, there's something called kain, which is locally brewed spirits. And in our tradition, you can always take that. However, we also know that alcohol is a psychoactive substance that can lead to deleterious mental health effects. This woman will be very difficult to convince her because in her area, everybody takes kain. Why do I need to stop the use of this substance, right? Politics also play a role. We remember when codeine was banned in Nigeria because of what it was contained in. But somewhere in South Africa, they legalized the recreational use of marijuana. Lesotho and Zimbabwe has done that. At some point, there were discussions around it in Nigeria. I remember back then in Ondo State, before the late governor died, there were some comments around it. But currently, right now, it hasn't been legalized. Now, sometimes music stars heroes also encourages young persons to want to be there. They listen to the music, their stars are saying it, and you'll be surprised at some games they play with substance. For instance, in this place, they are playing what we could call like a draft, and once you book it, you just drink. The other guy would also win, and then he drinks, and then before you know it, it looks like a game, but then what they are doing is what? Substance use, substance intoxication, and obviously leading to mental health problems. Sorry, please. Sorry, please, can you? Sorry. Please, can you help me with- No. Okay, thank you. So economy and legality. Obviously, because it boosts the economic stuff of some countries, it improves their economy, let me put it that way. Some countries would want to produce it. For instance, the cocaine production jumped 31% in Colombia in United Nations reports. Why did he do that? Because their nation depends on it. So by producing these substances, even though it's deleterious to people, right, it improves the economy. Ondo State at some point, like I said, wanted to start producing marijuana, and NDLA had to burn it in different ways. So what are the complications before we now lead to this, what we can do? Yes, there are biological problems, like we know, affecting the different organs of the body. For us in mental health, we see a lot of psychosis and psychotic symptoms in a lot of clients after coming down from it. They send a lot of university students to us after checking their urine, seeing different substances, send them to us for rehabilitation. Some are full-blown psychosis, which we have to manage, and for some, that could even be the precipitant to an underlying mental illness. For anyone who is already predisposed to mental illness in the family, the substance use is just going to push it out, and then we start managing hallucinations and delusions and everything that comes with the mental health problem. So yes, 40 to 60% of patients admitted in our hospital there in Yaba are drug patients. If we see 25 new patients in a day, at least 15 are drug-related clients, and the use of the word for substance or addiction is very fast. As you are discharging somebody, someone else is taking over the ward or the bed space because they just have to be rehabilitated. Yes, it affects relationship, affects different area of life. Some have to be expelled, some have to be rehabilitated to go back to school, depending on what it is. Now, what it can do, there was a time the story of this guy was there, a 21-year-old student, Tolani Ajayi from Redeemers University. He was arrested by the Ogun State Police for allegedly killing his 60-year-old father. And why? He was under the influence. And once under the influence, anything can happen. Some slap their parents, some fight them until they come down before they can know what to do. And that's why it's very important for us to quickly watch young people. You know, like I said, this was the rainmaker before substance use, and we can see how he is following the serious use of psychoactive substances, some of the complications from a lot of injectables, opioid use, leading to a lot of problems for them. So initiation is because of the availability, like I said. It's very available, accessible. I've not been to this area before, but I'm sure that I just need to step out. Within 5-10 minutes, I'll locate somewhere where someone can give to me. It's affordable. Some of these things, before fuel became expensive, you buy as cheap as 50 naira, 100 naira, you get it. Currently now, the jumbo pack is 100 and 500 to 1,000 naira. You get it, and you'll be able to start using it. So some of them are also, I said, there is an interplay, definitely an interplay between the genes, biological, and the environment leading or causing these mental health problems. So why they start? Obviously, curiosity leads to all these things. Function better, young people want to feel good, they want to be along peer pressure. And like we know, their frontal lobe is not fully developed. And frontal lobe is necessary for executive function in decision-making judgment. Because it's not fully developed, it's easier to influence them. And that's why most of them start within that age group of young adults, teenagers. These are the effects of the brain. The reward from naturally rewarding behaviors can be long-lasting, but for psychoactive substances, which also follows the reward pathway, is temporary and causes different form of complications. The way to go is microenvironmental manipulation, which is basically from the family, peer, school, faith-based organization, and workplace. A lot of tutorials, a lot of public health lectures. It's definitely important to work on the microenvironment, and then from there we work on personal characteristics, because for some people it's their temperament, it's their personality that leads to this, and when we do that, there could be better changes. Like we all know, prevention, primary Okay, secondary and tertiary, we all know health prevention, but I want to quickly mention this before I round up. There's the substance use prevention education, especially for schools, where they have life skill training, which are eighth grade curriculum that has been researched for over 30 years. So school location is always that it should not be located in a 300-meter radius for a brothel or a restaurant, positive school climate. And there are different things we do at different age school level. Primary 4 to 6, we help them with their self-esteem, start teaching them some communication skills, how to be assertive. Moving over to junior secondary school 1, we help them with all of these things, marijuana myths, alcohol myths, because it's an important way of prevention. Like I said, starts at a very early age, and so all this level of prevention at different school levels are done to be able to improve their awareness, make them more assertive, make them to be able to say no, and then prevent the complications that can arise. So even at senior secondary school level, transitioning into university, there is school program where we can help to lead to prevention. Just to say, for some of private universities, right, while we are happy with the screening and what they do to pick those that are involved, those tested positive usually come around. They are followed up with therapy. Those that need medications are given. The major problem is expulsion. Expulsion based on what they do, even though the rules are there, is sometimes grievous on the parents, great punishments, because we've seen students in final year already expelled, and that's why the prevention definitely is very important. We can't talk about management or prevention, obviously, without mentioning policy. It's very important that, like I said, marijuana is illegal in Nigeria, but it's everywhere. So policy implementation to the letter is very important, because even if we try to work on prevention, without the government playing their own part, it makes it much more difficult. In conclusion, the future of the youth is being ravaged, and advocacy for policy change and complementary activities towards intervention should be now. Thank you for listening.
We want to thank Dr. Alalade for that wonderful presentation. We'll just take some questions. Yes, sir, Professor Best. Is there any other one?
Sorry, Professor Best, my name. Anyway, in my place, we used to say that after blaming the thief, you have to also blame the circumstances that facilitated the theft. So it's not just enough to blame the victims, the abusers. We have to also blame the system, everybody, because they use it for a purpose. And as health practitioners, we have to give them an alternative. If it is stress, teach them how to manage stress. But more importantly, in a lot of other countries, especially the developed countries, they target the suppliers. The suppliers are not the patient, and not the users. In fact, in most of these countries that have been cited, they will allow you can legally carry a small amount of it. You can legally carry. So the emphasis is on that. And of course, the other emphasis is on rehabilitation, just as I have said. We have to just treat them as victims. As victims, and the law has to change to ensure that. Yes, to ensure that. That's what we have to say, because it's not just enough to just punish them. In fact, those that if you punish a person with an evidence of use of drug by expulsion, you have compounded it. In fact, you have sentenced that person to, should I say, you have destroyed the career of that person. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your presentation. As you reported, Alcohol is legal and available. Tobacco is legal and available. Marijuana is illegal, but it's also as available. But it also has this advantage, economic advantage. So what do you think will be the impact on legalizing marijuana in Nigeria? It's available, absolutely, as you think.
Thank you very much, Sars, for the comments and contribution. The impact on legalizing places where marijuana is legalized, there's a lot of control and there's a lot of room for if you need to be rehabilitated. There are facilities, government support to ensure that the person gets better. The problem here, if we do that, is that how do we control the spread of it? What level would you say people can have? How do you target the distribution of these substances? We don't have enough monitoring is not strengthened to be able to do all those. And even when we now find out that some of them are falling prey and having psychosis or some problems, do we have enough available facilities to encourage them to be treated and managed to work towards it? So all these areas are not yet fully supported by the Nigerian government to be able to say it should be legalized. Yes, economically, it can improve the economy of the nation, but then we should not look at economy while destroying the youth or destroying young people because of its use. So it has to be balanced. If other areas are looked into, oh, fine, no problem. For instance, we're trying to bring in some opioids to control or work as an antagonist to those that are opioid dependent. But the level of control that the drug is going through right now, and that's because they don't want it to go into the hands of some other persons. So once anyone is dependent on opioids and you want the antidote, you have to come to the hospital. You are given. They take it, you have taken it, because they know if it goes out of control, then there will be problem in the land. So I don't think we are matured enough for that. However, I believe that if some good level of control is put into place and rehabilitation strategies are thought of, maybe, but not now. Thank you, sir, for the comments too. Family is key. When I showed the microenvironment, the family is key in leading to working to make sure that we don't blame only the victim, because for some of them, the initiation process is because of family circumstances, parenting styles, dysfunctional family settings. It leads to triggers the use of these substances in some of them. Thank you very much, Sars and Mas, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alalade, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you also for your patience. We're almost coming to an end for today. We'll be taking our parallel session, the last parallel and scientific session for today. Those of us who are presenting with abstract numbers, that's the code of 032 to 040. Abstract number 032 to 040. Your presentation is going to take place at the second hall upstairs where we had the pre-conference yesterday. 032 to 040. For this place, we have 021 to 031. Let me quickly introduce the chair for these sessions so that they can start working. For this session there, Professor Omosive Maduka will be chairing the session in the next hall. The co-chair will be Dr. Biaya Wankwo in the hall upstairs. So all those who are presenting in that hall can quickly move to that place. In this hall, I want to invite Professor Aliyu Abubakar Alhaji, who will be chairing this session in this hall. He will be supported by Dr. Augustina Ijezie in this hall as the co-chair. Please, the rapporteurs, I know you know yourselves already, so please let's take our position. Professor Liu. Professor Liu. Okay, he's coming. The chair and co-chair. Please, let's welcome them as they come. So those who are presenting in the next hall, please, let's move to that hall. Thank you. There's a conference bag that is missing. Please just check the one that you have if there's a white charger inside it, please let's check our conference bags and be sure that the ones we have is ours. Thank you.
So which one is that? No, excuse me, sir. I'm okay. Excuse me. The repertoire. Are they sitting down?
Yes, who's that? No. The rapporteur for this hall, Dr. Adewumi. Dr. Adewumi, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to commence the scientific session. And I want the presenters, if they are here, to please come forward. 021 Ogunjimi. Paper is titled Dietary Habits and Nutritional Status of Pupils in Public and Private Schools in Port Harcourt. 021 Ogunjimi. The second oral presentation is 022 Damilola Ayowole, Evaluating Policy-Driven Harm Reduction Strategies for Substance Abuse Disorders in Vulnerable Populations, a Systematic Review. Please come over here. (025) Kadri Ene, Finding the Missing Tuberculosis Cases in Hospital Service Delivery Points outside DOTS clinics and the treatment initiation, a review of tertiary facilities in South Nigeria. 027 Chikwendu Ameke. Okay, Ameke just left here, so I'm sure he's coming back. Yes, okay. 028 Durojai T.O. Help-seeking behaviors among young females who experience IPV in rural and urban areas in Nigeria. Durojai 028. It's coming? Okay. 029 Benjamin Osaro, Induced abortion and modern contraceptive use among women of reproductive age in Nakure North local government area of Ondo State, Nigeria. Benjamin Osaro, please come forward. 029. 030 Asema Dahun, influence of obesogenic work environment on health-seeking behavior in a selected secondary health care facility in Ibadan, Nigeria. And lastly, Adeemin Akim Amuda 031, intergenerational sexual relationship and the experience of intimate partner violence among women of reproductive age in Nigeria. Adeemin Akim Amuda.
We're supposed to have 8 presentations here, but 5 people are here. I know Ameke is coming back, so making 6, only 2 people. Okay. Okay. So please, can the repertoire come forward? Adewumi Babatunde, Dr. Adewumi Babatunde, please, can you come forward? Okay, let me. Secretariat, I learned that there are some presenters that are online. Do you have facilities to link them? Hello? Please. There are some presenters that are online. Do you have the facility to entertain them when they are due to present? There are some people who are online. So how do that's what I'm asking. You say Babatunde, the repertoire. Where is his name? Oh, okay. Dr. Adewumi Babatunde, please, can you come forward as our rapporteur? And we'll cover LOC now. Some people are online. So he's not here, he's somewhere. Okay, your own.
No, what's the just give me the abstract code.
It's here. See it here. 029.
Okay, 029.
Yes. And so what we will do to find out where to get him ready and then check. So the one is he will link it up. LOC, please. We are still looking for Dr. Adewumi Babatunde. LOC, can you help us locate him or her? Dr. Adewumi Babatunde. That's what I'm looking at. Let me see. He's there. Call him. we do? So I think we have 5. So that is going to be 10, 10. Yeah. 8 plus 5, 40. Good. So who is coming? So I take 4, you take 4. Yeah, she has just called Dr. Mikey and he said he's sending somebody, but we don't know who he's sending. It will start, and the rapporteur will conclude with. So we can go ahead. Yeah. I think so. I want us to make it fast. So I think we will start while waiting for the arrival of the replacement of a rapporteur to join us. We have 1 hour to cover the presentations. So what we decided is that each presenter has 8 minutes to do the presentation. And the audience can take note of questions, comments for each of the presenters. And then at the end of the day, after the presentation, we'll now take all the question and comment session so that we can be able to save time. So with that, I will call on the first presenter, 021 Ogunjimi. It's not here. Okay. The second one is Damilola 022. Okay. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Secretary, the Rapporteur, ladies and gentlemen, standing on the existing protocol. Slide, please. 022. Next slide, please. 022, please. Yes, please.
Yes, 022, please. His time has already started.
All right. I will be presenting. So I'll be presenting a systematic review with title Evaluating Policy-Driven Harm Reduction Strategies for Substance Use Disorder in Vulnerable Populations. So my name is Damlola Ayowole. I have my co-authors, one of who is in the congregation. So here's the outline. Substance use disorder significantly impacts socio-economic and healthcare systems globally. Vulnerable populations are disproportionately affected, and in this vulnerable population, they have increased risk of having concurrent mental health disorders, infectious diseases, and premature mortality. due to their kinds of practices. And also, this group of persons, also they experience barrier to healthcare services, and then they are faced with stigmatization, discrimination, and then because of lack of insurance. Of course, generally, mental health services have little to no health insurance coverage, generally speaking. Harm reduction strategies aim to minimize the negative health consequences of substance use without requiring abstinence, which is the traditional way of managing substance use disorder. So there are a number of key interventions that have been noted for harm reduction strategies. We have the needle exchange program, supervised injection facilities, as well as opioid substitution therapy. All who are utilized in the harm reduction strategies based on what is obtainable as of now. So, vulnerable population face significant barriers to accessing harm reduction services due to stigma, political resistance, and insufficient funding. Evidence support that harm reduction strategies mitigate adverse effects of substance use disorder, but the implementation is hindered without strong policy framework. So addressing these challenges is essential for mitigating the rising burden of substance use-related morbidity and mortality, strengthening harm reduction policies, increasing funding allocations, and promoting public awareness can improve healthcare access and outcome for vulnerable population. So the objective of our review is to evaluate the effectiveness of policy-driven harm reduction strategies for substance use disorder in vulnerable populations, assess the role of policy frameworks in enabling or hindering harm reduction interventions, and identify barriers in implementing and propose tailored policy solutions. So our review involved a comprehensive search across 7 major databases. Eligibility criteria include peer-reviewed studies, growing literatures, focus on harm reduction intervention for vulnerable population particularly. So for our qualitative data, meta-analysis was used to assess, so as to assess the effectiveness of harm reduction intervention in reducing mortality, morbidity, and infectious disease transmission. Then our qualitative study, we had thematic analysis, which explored barriers, facilitators, and the role of community involvement in harm reduction programs. So standardized use were used for the risk of bias. So during the course of our review, 45, after our screening processes, 45 studies were included, spanning across 18 countries. It's a mixture between, they are presented in high and low resource settings. So some of which include randomized control trials, cohort studies, observational studies, and qualitative reports. So the key interventions observed across the selected studies were the 3 as stated: the needle exchange program, supervised injection facilities, and opioid substitution therapy. So our findings shows that there's 28% reduction in mortality among users of harm reduction services against those that do not. Then there is 34% reduction in transmission rates of infectious disease, including HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C. And then there is increased engagement with healthcare services and improve healthcare utilization among those that utilize those 3 itemized harm reduction strategies. So it was also obtained that programs in countries with supportive policies and community involvement had higher success rates, while also community-driven approaches was observed to have enhanced the success of harm reduction programs. So, all right, so it was obtained that the needle exchange program reduced needle sharing and blood-borne diseases, supervised injection facilities, decreased overdose deaths, and enhanced access to additional treatment services. And OST reduced opioid-related mortality by approximately 50%. And there was also improved social functioning and reduced criminal activity. Of course, because there's an alternative already, rather than sticking to the conventional abstinence. Then policies enabling harm reduction and provision of funding are also notable key to successes. And programs involving individuals with lived experiences of substance use disorder were noted to be more effective. In conclusion, policy-driven harm reduction strategies are effective in improving health outcomes for vulnerable populations. Recommendations include tailored policies, increased funding, because harm reduction it requires a lot of funding. Of course, in this part of the world, you don't do a lot of harm reduction strategy. We do more of the conventional abstinence. So, policies also, effective policies will also help to overcome stigma, political resistance, funding strategies to ensure broader implementation. Policymakers are also encouraged to prioritize harm reduction and advocate for sustained funding. So here are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take note of comments, questions, which we are going to take at the end of the session. So the second presenter is 025, Kadri Ene. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. 25. Okay. Good evening, senior colleagues. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody here. I'll stand on existing protocols and, present findings from the abstract, finding the missing tuberculosis cases in hospitals, service delivery points, outside DOTS clinic, and treatment initiation. A review of tertiary health facilities in South Nigeria. We can see the authors there. My name is Nera Kadiriene, and I'm the presenter. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll take us through this. So as way of introduction, tuberculosis remains a major global health concern, with directly observed treatment short course playing a crucial role in its management protocol. Again, we know that across the hospital service delivery point, we have inadequate screening at non-DOTS clinics, and this can lead to missed diagnosis, delayed treatment, and increased transmission of TB. The KNCV Nigeria TB project aimed to enhance TB screening across all hospital service delivery points to improve case detection and linkage to treatment, hence closing this perceived gap. As a statement of problem, many TB cases remain undiagnosed in non-DOTS hospital service delivery points due to lack of proper screening and suspicion. Delayed diagnosis leads to continued TB transmission and poor health outcomes, We have weak referral systems and linkage systems which hinder timely treatment initiation. Again, we have limited data existing on TB screening effectiveness beyond the traditional DOTS clinics in tertiary facilities. Justification. Identifying and addressing screening gaps is critical for reducing TB burden in high burden countries like Nigeria. Hence, strengthening hospital-wide TB screening services can improve early case detection and treatment outcomes. These studies set out to strengthen TB screening outside the DOTS units in other service delivery points in tertiary hospitals in South Nigeria. It also set out to analyze TB screening cascade in hospital service delivery point beyond the regular DOTS clinics. Again, to compare TB treatment initiation rates across hospital delivery points, comparing it with the DOTS units. It was a retrospective analysis of TB screening cascade in these facilities. This was conducted across 4 teaching hospitals in 3 states in South Nigeria: University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, and University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, where TB screening was supported across all the service delivery points in these hospitals. Data was collected over a 2-year period, 2022 to 2023, from service delivery points categorized into DOTS and non-DOTS. The non-DOTS includes the other clinics in the hospital: MOPD, SOPD, POPD, A&E, and inpatients. Microsoft Excel was used for data aggregation and comparative analysis. TB yield and treatment initiation rates were compared between DOTS and non-DOTS clinic. The results, here we had a total of 387,079 clients screened for TB across both the DOTS clinics and non-DOTS clinics. You see that for the DOTS, we had 36,140 clients screened, and for non-DOTS sites, we had 350,939 clients screened for TB. The presumptive TB yield was 7%, generally, while the TB case detection rate was at 8%, summarily, with 1,740 TB cases detected, non-DOTS units given 1,631 of the cases, while DOTS units had 109 cases. The TB yield was significantly higher in non-DOTS service delivery points at 8.12%, as shown there, compared to the DOTS unit where we had 7.4%, with an odds ratio and confidence interval shown there. The treatment initiation rate also showed no significant difference between the DOTS units and the non-DOTS sites. Going further to look at the data, this is just the screening cascade with 100% of these clients screened. We had 6% presumptive rate, putting it at 21,726 presumptives identified across these 4 sites, and 100% evaluation of these presumptives, and 1,740 TB cases diagnosed, putting it at an 8% TB yield there, and 98% of these clients were enrolled on treatment. Again, comparing, looking at DOTS and the non-DOTS sites and the DOTS sites, we see, like I said in previous slides, that most of the cases, about 1,631 TB cases came from the non-DOTS units, while 109 of them came from the traditional DOTS units. So we can imagine those cases that would have been lost from the other service delivery points. This is still comparing the non-DOTS sites and the DOTS sites, the TB yield. Again, we see that for the non-DOTS clinic, the TB yield was higher at 8.1% compared to 7.4% for DOTS clinics. For the enrollment rate, we see that enrollment rate was, for non-DOTS sites, it was at 98%, while for the DOTS clinics, it was at 95%. Generally, summarily, the overall enrollment rate was at 98%. We found out from this study that we had higher TB yield in non-DOT service delivery points. This suggests that there's the importance of expanding TB screening beyond the traditional DOTS clinics so that we reduce the number of mixed cases. Again, despite higher case detection, which we saw in the non-DOT clinic, there was no significant difference in the enrollment rate between those two clinics. In conclusion, TB case detection was higher outside the DOTS units with similar treatment initiation rates. Hence, we're suggesting that strengthening case detection and treatment initiation at non-DOTS service delivery points is critical for reducing undiagnosed missed TB cases in tertiary healthcare facilities. My references, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take note of your comments and questions, which we are going to entertain later on. The next presenter is 028.
Good evening, everyone. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Thank you. My name is Dr. Durojaye, and I'll be presenting this abstract titled Help-Seeking Behaviors Among Young Females Who Experienced Intimate Partner Violence in Rural and Urban Areas in Nigeria, on behalf of members of my team, of the team. This is the outline I'll be following. By way of background, intimate partner violence is a pervasive global health issue. And of course, we know that there are human rights concerns as well. And intimate partner violence threatens the health and the well-being of millions of women and girls. Some studies suggest this may partly be due to lack of help seeking among victims of intimate partner violence. When we refer to intimate partner violence in the study, this includes emotional violence, such as young females being insulted or humiliated, physical violence, such as being slapped, beaten, choked, and so on, and then we have sexual violence as well. Studies have highlighted the culture of silence, which does occur in our society. And as we all know, intimate partner violence has potentially adverse effects on the physical and emotional health of these victims. Help seeking occurs when victims of intimate partner violence report their experiences and access services available to deal with the outcomes. For victims of intimate partner violence, they might decide to either utilize informal support systems, such as seeking help from members of their family, their friends, members of the community, traditional leaders, or they might utilize formal support systems, such as seeking help from lawyers, police officers, community organizations which support victims of intimate partner violence. In Lagos, where this study was conducted and where I work and I reside, we have the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. In Nigeria, as we know, disparities do occur between residents of the urban and rural areas. For young women who reside in the rural areas, they might have less access to health, legal, and social services. For the young rural women, they might have attitudes which makes them tolerant to intimate partner violence. They might also possess reduced autonomy, which makes them hesitant to actually seek help, and at the end of the day, it results in poorer health outcomes. Help-seeking behaviors vary across regions of the world. Prior research has shown that for some victims of intimate partner violence, they actually do not seek help at all. Well, for those that do tend to seek help, more often than not, they don't seek help from formal sources. So in short, women mostly seek informal intervention by engaging female members, neighbors, friends, co-workers. Help-seeking behaviors, by way of justification, it's important to note that less research has been conducted in sub-Saharan Africa. However, researching into help-seeking behaviors among victims of intimate partner violence is important because it has very important implications for service providers to inform service design and delivery. So basically, limited research exists on the rural and urban differences in help-seeking behaviors among young females who face intimate partner violence in sub-Saharan Africa. The objective of this study was to compare the help-seeking behaviors of young females who are IPV victims in rural and urban areas in Lagos State, Nigeria. The study design was a community-based comparative cross-sectional study. The study was conducted among selected young females aged 18 to 24 years in an urban area, urban LGA, Ifakojaye, and a rural LG, Ekpe local government of Lagos State. The selection criteria was those females who have ever been partnered, and what that simply means is those that have ever been in a relationship or are currently in a relationship, who have experienced one or more forms of intimate partner violence, that's either physical, emotional, or sexual, or any of the forms, aged 18 to 24 years. Multi-stage sampling method was used to recruit these participants. This formula was used to calculate my sample size. At the end of the day, I had 204 respondents in the urban and 204 in the rural areas. A pre-tested interview administer questionnaire was used to obtain data for this survey using the Violence Against Children survey. Help-seeking behavior was asked specifically for those who had reported amongst these females to have experienced one form of IPV or the other. And basically was to assess informal reporting or disclosure, their knowledge of where to seek formal help, formal disclosure or help seeking, and then receipt of formal or professional help. Basically, SPSS 25.0 was used to analyze the data. Univariate analysis was presented as frequency count, percentages, and proportions. The chi-square test was used for bivariate analysis. Ethical approval and permission was sought from the right bodies. To the results, concerning emotional IPV, for the rural and urban respondents, they had a higher proportion of emotional IPV. Out of the different forms, emotional, physical, and sexual violence, a higher proportion of the rural respondents compared to the urban respondents did report sexual violence, and this was statistically significant. In terms of help-seeking behaviors, a higher proportion of rural respondents compared to their urban counterparts did seek help. Higher proportions of both rural and urban respondents did actually seek informal help. More of the a higher proportion of the urban respondents compared to the rural respondents knew where to seek formal help. However, a higher proportion of the rural females compared to the urban females actually sought formal help and did receive formal or professional help. When asked about their sources of help to stop violence, like we mentioned in the previous slide, I'm referring to informal source being where they were more likely to seek help. For both the rural and urban respondents, majority of them sought help from their own family. When asked reasons why they sought help, from their family, they actually did mention that they were actually encouraged by their family and friends to seek help. So that for them was a major motivation to seek help to actually stop the violence that they had experienced. When asked why they did not seek help, they were afraid to end their relationship with their intimate partners. So basically, from this study, we can be able to draw out that once again, majority of young women don't report cases of or their experience of violence with their intimate partners. So this, of course, highlights the culture of silence, which pervades our society. A likely reason in this study why more rural female victims sought help than their urban counterparts could be because in our rural areas, like we know, we often have closer knit communities, which actually in this case actually did facilitate access to reporting, support and encouragement to seek help, and this helped their coping mechanism. I would say that IPV is crucial among young females. It's crucial to develop age-appropriate and locality-specific interventions to address their unique needs and, of course, keep their context in view as well to encourage help-seeking. In conclusion, targeted interventions to address barriers to seeking formal help tailored to the unique needs of rural and urban young female victims of intimate partner violence is vital. Thank you very much. These are my references. Thank you.
The next presenter is 029.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Co-Chairman, my senior colleagues and colleagues. My name is Dr. Benjamin Osaro. And on behalf of my co-authors, I'll be presenting an abstract titled Induced Abortion and Modern Contraceptive Use Among Women of Reproductive Age in Akure North Local Government Area of Ondo State. I'll be following this presentation outline. By way of background, induced abortion has remained a typical means of by which women attempt to manage fertility, even though we have effective modern contraceptive methods. Unintended pregnancy also represents a primary reason for induced abortion, and it's estimated that nearly half of all induced abortions are unsafe. The WHO states that the lack of safe, timely, affordable, and respectable abortion care represents an important public health issue. Statement of problem. Globally, about 230 million pregnancies occur annually. And among these, about 40% of them are mistimed or unwanted. Half of these end up in induced abortion. We also have an increasing cases of abortion in Nigeria, as reported by Bankole and others in 2015, where they estimated that about 1.25 million induced abortions occurred in 2012, compared to a figure of about 610,000 reported in 1996. These abortions are often clandestinely done and in an unsafe manner, which results to complications responsible for around 20 to 40% of total maternal death in Nigeria. Our justification for this study is about 3/5 of women with unplanned pregnancies in Nigeria were not using contraceptives, despite its benefits. A significant proportion of these unplanned pregnancies also end in induced abortion, especially among the rural women. We felt it was necessary to understand the predicting factors for modern contraceptive use among these women of reproductive age. I will believe that the findings will contribute to existing knowledge on the determinants of use of modern contraceptives and induced abortion, particularly in Akure North local government, which is a semi-urban area in Ondo State. It will also assist policymakers and NGOs who are involved in planning of interventions to increase modern contraceptive use and to reduce unsafe abortions among women of childbearing age and, by extension, maternal mortality. Our objective was, one, to determine the prevalence of induced abortion and modern contraceptive use among women of reproductive age in Akure North local government area, and to determine the predictors of modern contraceptive use among these women. Now, the study was carried out in Akure North local government area in Ondo. We adopted the descriptive cross-sectional study design. And we used the Cochrane formula in sample size determination. And 274 women of reproductive age were selected from 4 out of the 12 political wards in the local government through a 2-stage sampling method. In our first stage, we randomly selected 4 wards out of the 12. And in the second stage, we used a systematic sampling method to select women of reproductive ages in the households within the ward. We used an interview-administered structured questionnaire to collect information on the respondents' social demography, history of pregnancy and abortion, the use of modern contraceptives, the methods that were used, and the reasons for non-use among those who were not using. We used the IBM SPSS version 22 for our data analysis, and results were presented in frequency tables and charts. We also used the chi-square test and binary logistic regression analysis to assess for significant associations between modern contraceptive use and other explanatory variables. Our p-value was set at less than 0.05. We got ethical approval from the University of Port Harcourt Research Ethics Committee. Now, our results show that majority of the respondents, about 34.3, were within the age group of 30 to 39. 72.6% of them were married. 42.3% had tertiary education. Those who are yet to complete their families, childbearing, were 69.3. And majority of them, 46.6, had 1 to 2 children. Now, the table on history of pregnancy showed that 85.8% of them had been previously pregnant. And in 69.8 of these ones, pregnancy was planned, meaning that 30.2% pregnancy was not planned. Now, among those who had unplanned pregnancy, those who were not using modern contraceptive were almost 100%, 97.2%. Now, 21.2% of the respondents had experienced at least one abortion in the past. And those whose abortions were induced were 19.7%. And majority of them had this abortion by manual evacuation. On modern contraceptive use, 84.3% had the awareness of modern contraceptives. 74.6 had used it at one point or the other. 65.2 were currently using one form of modern contraceptive. Majority of them use oral contraceptive pills. Now, the predictors shows that of all the explanatory variables, marital status was the only predictor. And approximately the women who are married were approximately 2 times more likely to use modern contraceptive compared to the singles. The commonest reason among those who were not using was the fear of side effects. Now, by way of discussion, this study looked at induced abortion and use of modern contraceptive among women of reproductive age in Akure North local government. And we found that about 1/3 of the women have had unplanned pregnancy, majority of whom didn't use any form of contraception prior to the pregnancy. Approximately 20% of these semi-urban women had procured or had abortion, mostly through manual evacuation. In the study done by Bankole in 2015, also reported a national abortion rate of 3.3% in Nigeria. But we found something more. We found in other studies, regional studies, which corroborates with our finding of about 20%, were the studies by Lamina in 2015, which found unintended pregnancy rates of 35.9 and induced abortion of 33.5 among women in rural and urban communities in Ogun State. Oye Adinero et al. 2004 also found unwanted pregnancy rate of 26.6 and induced abortion rate of 21.7 among rural and urban women in 2 Nigerian states, Lagos and Edo states. These findings suggest that abortion is still an option for fertility control in Nigeria. Overall, 65% of women in our study were currently using modern contraceptive, mostly oral pills. However, according to the NDHS report of 2018, the prevalence of modern contraceptive use in Ondo State was between 14 and 18%. But our study was done in just one local government, which is a semi-urban local government. And we think that may account for the higher values we found. Studies in Ekiti State and southwestern Nigeria are consistent with our studies. By way of conclusion, this study found a high rate of induced abortion, moderately high use of modern contraceptive among women of reproductive age in Akure North. Marriage was the only predictor for use of modern contraceptive among these women. And we also recommend that behavioral change communication programs to improve perception of modern contraceptive use because of the fear of side effects, which made several of them not even used in the first place. These are references. Thank you for listening.
The last presenter, 031.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma. So the title of our study is intergenerational sexual relationship and experience of intimate partner violence among women of reproductive age in Nigeria. Here is the list of the authors, and I'm Dr. Adeyemi Akimamda, presenting on behalf of the group. So using this outline, we'll be discussing our study. Intergenerational sexual relationship is actually a heterosexual intercourse that occurs between partners that have age differences of at least 10 years. It is very prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa with substantial variations between and within countries. There is, the group could actually not find a study among, of the practice among women of reproductive age. However, the study that was documented by Mamba, which was a systematic review among adolescent girls and young women, actually shows that the prevalence of the practice actually varies from 0.9% in Malawi to 31.8% in Eswatini. However, there was also a study by Alex Ojei in Nigeria. That study actually focused of the practice among the men, and the prevalence was 9.5% among Nigerian men. It's also known that violence against women is a rising global pandemic, with about 27% of women reported lifetime prevalence of intimate partner violence. And ISDG 5 Target 2 actually is talking about the fact that we should actually put an end to all forms of violence against women by the end of 2030. So the research has shown that age disparity in relationships may actually have implications for power dynamics and vulnerable to exploitation. This is because women in such relationships may experience a power imbalance that could predispose them to